Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tech Capital of the World. We're here in Coding Central today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Kevin, Jacob, how are y'all doing?
Hey, doing great.
Ready to code?
Yes, always.
We have announced this that Kevin's doing all the coding. We're getting ready to get off. So
yeah, just leave me here. Like this will be the shortest stream ever.
Yeah, I've got my coding snacks, so you got a clip bar in case I get hungry. It's important to coding.
Nice. So what are we building? So, what are we making? What are we doing?
We're going to build Blazor Movie. Now, I want to give a couple of things and introduce a couple. We've got Jacob over here. Jacob is one of the instructors here at Foundry. He's going to be doing some coding today. I'm going to do some coding today, and Kevin's going to make sure that we have a show. So thanks, Kevin, for having produced this thing. And
I won't be here a lot. Yeah. I'll just be hidden.
Yeah. And so what we want to do is talk about, like, if you come to school either in January or if you come in self-paced soon, what can you expect from Foundry? And this is kind of like that, but super fast. So like this, normally we would teach this over 16 hours of instruction. What you're going to see today, we're going to try to code this in, what, 4, you think, Jacob? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we can manage it in 4 hours.
Well, we probably get it done in 4. Maybe a little fast, but like also to give you some kind of scope too, this is kind of the middle of what we're going to teach when we go to Blazor. So this isn't the first thing we do. So if you're like, hey, I'm just new to coding, I don't need to go to Foundry. There's a lot happens before we ever get to this point. So this is primarily to demonstrate Blazor and show you kind of what it's like to build a Blazor app. And then and if you want to learn from us, just know that there's a lot of work that you do before you even get to this app. But this is kind of like the middle of the course. It's not the beginner. It's not the start. So, but if you're building Razor pages, ASP.NET, you've been coding for a while, I'm hoping that you'll find this entertaining and educational. Me and Jake, we're going to go back and forth as we build an app. We're going to use GitHub to communicate to each other, even though we're down the hall from each other. We still need to do polls and stuff like that so we can get code, because we're going to do this live. And I'm going to build the UIs. He's going to build the back end. And I think we should come up with a good app here, hopefully, at the end of the day here. So we'll see what happens. I think the first thing we can do is, I think, Jacob and Kevin, we should probably introduce them like what Blazor is, in case you're just brand new and you just happen to show up to this Foundry thing and like, what are they going to do? So let's talk a little bit about just Blazor real quickly, just to lay the groundwork so we can all have a common thing to talk about. So let's go into some slides here real quick. And this is building web applications Blazor. And you may be wondering, like, what is Blazor? And Blazor is a web application framework built by Microsoft. Now, the reason we like this framework is because Microsoft surrounds the developer. They have the IDE, which we're going to use today, Visual Studio. The language, C# is primarily the language we'll be using. And then they built this framework called Blazor, allows us to build web applications. In addition to that, they have an ecosystem called NuGet, allows us to bring packages in. And you'll see us bringing in packages from using statements when we build our app out today. Now, Blazor is just a full stack web application development framework, and it's used to build web apps that bring a rich UI of interactivity. So, meaning we don't have these massive page loads or refreshes. Just updates are being sent to the DOM or the page, and then it updates in real time without us pushing back. Now, the tooling, the components, the framework, we think makes it really easy to build web applications. And you'll hopefully, at the end of this, you'll say, wow, okay, that's what it takes to build a component. That's kind of cool. Now, what you'll notice here is one of the benefits to Blazor is that there is no JavaScript required, or minimal. I am going to show you how to call JavaScript frameworks from Blazor using interop. And the reason I'm going to show you that is because in case there is a JavaScript framework you need to use, just because you have Blazor doesn't mean you can't use it. And we're going to show you how to call some of those. Now it comes in 2 flavors, Blazor WebAssembly, and these basically are lifted out to us with 2 templates. The first one is the WebAssembly template. The other one is called the web app template. WebAssembly template is the one we're going to use today. And this is when we're building just a purely client-side application akin to a JavaScript or just a React app. that's just front, runs in the client, no back end. And our back end will be a third-party API from the movie DB API, but it's not our back end. So we didn't really need a server. The web app template will be used when you want to do both. You want a server and you want a client side. For today, for simplicity, we just picked the WebAssembly because we feel like, number one, you can host this app that we're going to build on Netlify with free hosting, which is kind of cool. And so if you're a student coming to Coder Foundry and you want to show Blazor Movie to somebody, it makes sense that you could host it somewhere like Netlify instead of paying for resources like on Railway or something like that. Now, you may be asking, what is WASM? Well, it's a binary code format. The main thing is it's really, really fast. And so higher level languages can run inside the browser now, like C# and Rust and C++. And before you get started, it's not Silverlight. It's a web standard, and it's the fourth language of the web. Up until this point, when we want to manipulate the DOM, we can only use JavaScript. And since WASM's come out, now Microsoft has ported C# into WASM and allows us to run C# in the client. And it's supported in all major browsers, including mobile, so it works really well. So just to give you a real quick history, Blazor, if we have a little app over here, you can see we got this little app here, and this is our DOM, our docu object model, and our components and our .NET and our WebAssembly are running in here in WebAssembly, and it can interact with the DOM. If we need to go out and get something from SQL or a .NET Core Web API, we're calling this through REST services, and that is our Web API kind of framework. Now, today, we're going to be calling through Web API, but we're not calling necessarily .NET Core or SQL Server. We're going to be calling the movie database. It'll make it a little bit simpler for us to do it, but the same kind of thing holds true. So pretend we have this web page over here on the left here, and we make a request to a movies page, and then it'll come back. And what it'll do is it'll bring back .NET and the WebAssembly runtime and try to download all that. And once that's done, any other calls will hit to the HTTP client, the REST, and then it brings back a JSON response. So that's kind of a really high level view of how this works, right? So we basically will make a call out to HTTP client, and that's going to bring us back JSON, and we're going to take that JSON, and then we're going to format it and make it look like a movie page, right? So pros are, it runs entirely on the client inside the browser. It's really, really quick. It can work offline as well. So you don't have to be online if you want this to run. So this is great for some apps that could run or function offline. It can run as a progressive web app. It means you can install it right there on the app on the device. It can take advantage of the client's hardware, whether that be an Apple iPhone or a desktop app or an iPad or something like that. It can take advantage of that. And there's no need for a .NET runtime on the client machine. All of that is inside WASM and pushed down to us. All right. Now the pros also, it can update the DOM with C#. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to use C# to update our DOM, and the need for JS is greatly reduced. However, I'm going to show you one way to call interop and use a call.js library that we want to do. And then Razor syntax in our markup makes binding elements easy. I hope if you're coming from React or you've been looking at Angular, you'll see right away that, okay, that's pretty easy. A lot of the plumbing is done for us, and we just reference variables in our code, and it takes, it figures out how to bind it, when to change it. That's pretty neat. And components built for WASM will work for servers. So anything that we build today, we could run it as a server-side component with no changes, and that's really powerful. All right, and also you'll see we'll have complete access to the .NET framework of libraries. All right, the con is it's restricted to the capabilities of the browser. We feel like this is a good thing. It runs in a sandbox, just like anything else that runs in the browser, whether it be JavaScript or whatever. You got to have capable client hardware and software. You know, for example, it has to have WebAssembly support. That's required, but every major browser supporting that. And the download size is larger, and the initial download can take longer, though Microsoft has been working with what's called tree shaking and only delivering the absolute bits that you need. And this has reduced the file size down. But they're also, when you look at web app, they've also are tackling this problem by loading it from the server first and then downloading the WASM in the background. So there's a lot of things going on to make this fast and really speedy and capable application. So I think it's going to be kind of a game changer for us. So let's go, Jacob. How you doing?
Doing great. Excited to get coding. You know, it's what I live for.
Ready to write some code?
Absolutely.
All right. So let's level set what we're gonna do. We're gonna build web movie, a Blazor movie application. Do we want to demo that real quick, you think, or what do you think? Should we show people kind of what we're gonna do?
Yeah, we can. Do you have it pulled up?
Can you pull it up? Pull it up, and we'll let you do it.
Yeah.
I know I went off script there, man. So like I just but like go ahead and just pull it up and see what we can do.
Let me get it pulled up. Give me half a second. Sweet. All right. So if you guys were watching earlier, you may have seen we showed this off on the previous live, right?
Yep.
So yeah, this is Blazor movie list. We're going to be calling the TMDB API, showing some of the popular movies, getting a little bit of details about it. We're going to be able to browse by genre. We've got our action movies, for example. We can take a look at just our action movies. We have pagination involved, so you don't get a page of, hundreds of thousands of movies at once. And it's going to be purely client side. We don't need a back end. We're talking just to TMDB. So it'll be a full-on WebAssembly app. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, cool. All right, awesome. All right, so to level set here, one of the things that we'll do is we'll start off with building this thing from scratch. And I'll let you take off with the project setup and just let people know we'll go back and forth. And when you'll hand off part of the project to me, we'll be using GitHub to transfer our code between each other, just like we would in real life. So we're doing a couple of things here. We're building a web app. We're also simulating like a work environment here, kind of like how it works. And in real ways, this is kind of how we built this app. Even though we're down the hall from each other, we were sending stuff back and forth through GitHub. So we thought it'd be appropriate to build it. We do think that if you're starting out and you're new to coding, this may be like up here. That's okay. Just remember, this is the middle of the course. If you want to come to Code Foundry, we'll teach you everything to get you ready for this. If you don't know if you're ready, building an app like this is what employers are frequently more and more asking, because the API is easy to distribute to the candidate, and it shows that they can lay out a page and then call an endpoint and get some results back. And where the endpoint's from an API or a database really doesn't matter that much when you're testing a candidate to see if they can code or not. So I think an API app's challenges are more and more frequently. We're seeing that all the time. So we want to make sure that you know how to build one. So, all right. Well, look, man, I'm going to let you code now. So we'll set it up.
Sweet.
And then when you're ready, I'll come back and we'll talk again. So have at it, Jacob. Go show the world what Blazor's all about.
Beautiful. All right. Well, let's get started. Let me pull up Visual Studio for everybody here. And we're starting right from the beginning. This should be a familiar screen to those of you who've written any .NET in the past, but I've opened up Visual Studio. We're going to create a new application, and there are two Blazor templates that you'll primarily be using in .NET 8. You'll see the Blazor web app template that's new in .NET 8, as well as a Blazor WebAssembly standalone application. And the biggest difference between these two is that our Blazor web app template will give you a backend, somewhere to host your application, somewhere to do server-side rendering. All the render modes we've spoken about in the past are available to you. A WebAssembly standalone app is what it sounds like. It's more akin to your traditional SPA application. So it's a client-side app. There's no backend involved. And since today we're calling someone else's backend, that's the app we'll pick. So we'll choose Blazor WebAssembly standalone. The biggest concession we're making with that is that we only will have our WebAssembly render mode. So we'll select that one. We'll give our project a name, Blazor Movie Live. And there's a few options when we're creating a new application, things like authentication type. That's a very common one. One of them that typically is checked by default is this include sample pages option. And I would say for anyone out there who's new to Blazor, I do recommend starting a project that way. It gives you a lot of great code examples, shows you kind of how Blazor fits together to build an application, and gives you a bare bones starting point. We kind of know the direction we're heading, so I'm going to skip that. I'm going to get those out of my way. And we're just going to start with a bare minimum Blazor WebAssembly application in .NET 8. All right, we're getting loaded in. All right, we have our new application. Visual Studio is up and running. And just to show you guys, this is a regular old web application. That means it's just HTML, CSS with some WebAssembly magic. So I'm going to get us started. We can see we have a www root. That should be familiar to you .NET developers out there. That's where we'll be serving up our static files, things like an index HTML page, our CSS, our style sheets. We have our components folder here as well. That's where all of our Blazor components will live. We'll be touching on those a little bit later, but that's a little bit new if you haven't used Blazor before. And a program CS, that's every .NET application. You should be familiar with that if you've been coding with .NET. But we're going to start just by setting ourselves up with some tools we like to use here at Coder Foundry. So we'll take a look at our index.html. And this should look very familiar to any web developers. We've got here a regular HTML page, and this is actually the content that gets served to our browser when we visit a WebAssembly app. We've got our HTML tag, our head tags with style sheets, our body tag, and our magical WebAssembly script. So when this app runs, just like a typical SPA application, single page application, this HTML is what your browser is going to see, including this loader right here. We'll see this in action, a little loader to indicate the WebAssembly is getting started. Once it hits your browser, this script right at the bottom, our blazor.webassembly.js, that's what does the magic and kicks off our WebAssembly runtime. We can take a quick look at this. This is a very simple web application that they give you. Like I said, I didn't want sample pages, so Microsoft really got out of my way with this one. And we can see there's our loader. We're loading up our WebAssembly. And we get a hello world. Welcome to your new app. Step one of any new application, hello world. But I'm going to go ahead and pull in some resources we're going to need. Because this is just HTML, CSS, the regular web development we're used to, we can use all sorts of front-end framework tools. We here at Coder Foundry, we like using Bootstrap a lot, but just as easily you could use Tailwind or any other CSS framework of your choice. But to start with, let me just pull in Bootstrap. That's always our first step anyways. And it's just to make things quick and easy for us, we're going to go ahead and use this via CDN. So we'll copy over our Bootstrap link right into our head tag, just like normal HTML. All right, part one. And of course, to make sure Bootstrap's working smoothly, we'll go ahead and grab their script as well. One thing to note about Blazor is that once this WebAssembly script runs, Blazor has taken over with the WebAssembly runtime, and the only way JavaScript is executed is once we call it from within the runtime. But to make sure that our Bootstrap JavaScript is able to initialize without anything special from our code, we'll go ahead and put it above our WebAssembly script so that it's already loaded into the page by the time we make it into WebAssembly. Comment it up, make our code a little bit easier to read. All right. And up next, we'll grab a couple other resources that we like to use here. We're going to use our Bootstrap icons as well. If you're not familiar, Bootstrap icons gives us a lot of ready-made, easy-to-use icons for your UI. We like to use it a lot here. And again, we can copy it in with the CDN. But hopefully you guys can see that if you have some other icon pack of choice, Font Awesome is a big one. It should be just as easy as sticking it any other vanilla HTML page. Let's see, another one we're going to use. We also use dev icons. These are some icons that use or that show off some tech stacks that are a little bit harder to find, and we use this pretty frequently. So we're going to pop this in here for ourselves. And I'm going to go ahead and grab some fonts as well. I know, built enough apps with Bobby to know, he loves a couple of Google fonts, Montserrat and Babus New. Uh-oh, that's the wrong one. So I'll bring those in here. Once again, just as easy as any other style sheet or any other front-end tools we can bring in, just sticking them right in our head tag. And of course, we have the option of downloading these as well and sticking them in our WW root if we prefer to avoid CDNs. Let's see, we've got our app.css. That's our default global style sheet that comes with Blazor. Comes with a little bit of styles. That's how we saw that spinner when we first started our application. This link tag right here links in our compiled CSS. This is not a style sheet that we can see right in our Solution Explorer like most of our files. But we'll see a little bit later on that Blazor supports what we call isolated CSS. So we can write style sheets, CSS, isolated to just one component or one page. And Blazor does a little bit of magic by compiling that CSS for us. So we always want to leave this one in. So we'll go ahead and comment that for ourselves. All right. I think that is all the style sheets we like to use. We've got Bootstrap, our icons, dev icons, our fonts, Bootstrap script. All right. Now I got to add a few more files to our project. One of the things we use here at Crudo Foundry a lot, we've made a style sheet we call our themes CSS that gives us a handful of color palettes kind of for free. If you guys are like me, picking colors or a color palette for your project is just a nightmare every time. It drives me crazy anyway. So we said, well, let's just do it once and reuse it. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to bring in a themes.css. It's one of our resources that we provide to our in-person students as well, just to make our lives a little bit easier going forward. So we'll load that in there, just another CSS file into our WW root. Again, that's where we can serve all of our static files so that we can display them in our application. And we'll link it in here to the head of our application again. Beautiful. All right. We can go ahead, as long as we're playing around with our index.html, we can make sure we're super professional. We add in our own favicon as well. One of those details that is often overlooked. Set it and forget it. Beautiful. Go ahead and link that in as well. All right. Image. Okay. We've got our favicon. We've got our style sheets. Okay. All right. We've got our scripts in here. And while we're at it, we're going to add a few more things here. We're going to add a JS folder here. Bobby mentioned earlier he's going to show us how to use what we call JS interop, call JavaScript from within WebAssembly, which is a really cool thing. So I'm going to go ahead and add our library for him. We're going to be using vanilla tilt today, so we'll plug that in. All right, and then Kevin was kind enough to make us some images ahead of time, so we'll go ahead and bring those into our project so we can use them as needed. Yeah, we're gonna use all those. Okay. All right, so I think we've added all the tools we need. Let's go ahead and see if our Bootstrap is working as expected. We'll run this, make sure it all works correctly. So of course this index.html is when the application starts up, and then WebAssembly takes over from there. So it is a single page application. And within our components folder, we'll see we have a pages folder as well. They've given us one page to work with, something to start with. Once our WebAssembly takes over, here's our Blazor code that is going to be displayed. Like we saw before, our hello world, welcome to your new app. And so far, this pretty much just looks like HTML, which is kind of the beauty of Blazor. We got something new up here. We've got our @page. This is going to help us with routing. We'll see more of that. But for the most part, this should look familiar. This should look like regular old HTML. Important to note is that these pages that we route to in Blazor when our components are displayed, they get plugged into our index.html within this first div we see here with the ID of app. That's how our Blazor WebAssembly knows where to put its content. You'll also see here a div with the ID of Blazor error UI. So if some exception is thrown, if we write some messy code or something goes wrong, this is the HTML that gets displayed, because at that point, the WebAssembly has to stop running. So plain old HTML, kind of our backup for when WebAssembly doesn't run. But when it does, we'll see our Razor pages, our Blazor components get plugged in this ID of app. So let me just see. Let me make sure Bootstrap's working a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and give myself a div with a few Bootstrap classes just to make sure it's imported correctly and we see everything right. So we'll do the hardest thing in web development. We'll center a div. Give ourselves a good old H100 to fill the screen, flexbox. I still want this laid out vertically, and we'll center it. And line item center. A little bit of Bootstrap magic. And as long as I'm testing, I'm going to go ahead and put in a button. This will show me not only that Bootstrap is working, but our themes.css should also style this button up in our own color for us. So we'll say primary button, and we'll make sure that our images are pulled in as well. So let's see, /images/ the movie DB. That works for me. And we'll give it a little bit of space. Uh-oh. All right, let's run this app and see what we've got so far. Now that we've included all of our HTML goodies, let's see if we got this styled up nicely. Okay. Oh. Not BTN dark. Autocomplete got me. Just a BTN. That'll fix our button, hopefully. Our image pulled through. That's excellent. It looks like our Bootstrap's in here. We've got our different font from Bootstrap, and we got a Bootstrap button. If you've used Bootstrap before, you'll see this is not Bootstrap's primary color, the blue we're used to seeing from Bootstrap, which tells me that our themes.css is loading in nicely, which is excellent. Excellent. We're off to a good start. We're horizontally centered. We're not vertically centered. So I guess it's time for some CSS. We got to fix that up. So let's take a look real quick. Because our page doesn't have a lot of content, it's vertically centered within our div of ID, or with the ID of app, but we don't want that. We want to make sure that it's centered in the page. So we're going to go ahead and write some CSS to make our body tag fill the page and our app tag fill the page. And then we'll set ourselves up with our little Coder Foundry starter kit. So we'll pull in our app.css. This is our global styles. And you'll see there's a lot of CSS written in here already. This comes free from Blazor. Includes things like validation, form validation, styles are in here. That error UI we saw earlier, it styles up here, and that spinny loader we saw at the beginning. So I'm going to leave those alone. We're going to add to them though. So go ahead and use our regions in Visual Studio to hide this from me. Don't want to touch it, and I'm not too worried about it. I don't have to think about it. End region. All right. So let's give ourselves a start. I know I'm going to need a root of our CSS. If you're familiar with CSS, you'll know that's typically where we're going to put our CSS variables that we use frequently. I'm going to come back to that. Let's fix our height problem first. We're going to give ourselves HTML and body selector here to fill the screen 100%. Nope, not auto, 100%. And yeah, we're going to give our app the same thing. We're going to add more to that one. All right. Hopefully that'll fix our vertical centering problem. Let me take a look. Boom, right away. Yep, we're vertically centered, good to go. Our tools are all brought in. I can see our images are showing up. Let's add a couple of our favorite customization here. Coder Foundry here, we like to put a lot of our basic styles in the root, just to make it easy for us to change the look and feel of our app as we go. We kind of define our fonts, sizes, and colors all in one place, so we're not changing hundreds of lines of CSS when we say, you know what, actually I don't like the Monsterot font we picked, or maybe that font size is a little too small. So first thing first, let's define our fonts. We're going to have ourselves a title font, Bobby's favorite, Babe is new, and for our backup we'll do sans serif for all these, and a body font. That's going to be Monsterot. We also like to give ourselves a couple of colors. We found typically in web development that a pure white and a pure black can make things hard to read or be a little too much contrast when you're visiting a page. So we have to give ourselves a dark and a light color that's almost black and almost white. And our dark color, for me, we're going to do a 21, 21, 21, almost black. And we're going to give ourselves a almost white. Oh. And then we'll give ourselves some text styles. So by default, we're going to make our titles our dark color. And we'll give ourselves a default font size. of 1rem. All right. This will give us a nice central location to modify the styles as we go if we need to. We're going to go ahead and give our body the font family that we like. CF body font. And our font size right here. We'll go ahead and add a couple of styles for our headings. We're going to do H1 through H6. And we're going to use our font family of our title font. It's a good suggestion, Visual Studio, but not quite what I want. And just a quick fix here. Well, let's take a look. Let's see how this comes out. Okay, I can see our font has changed. Let's give this a double check here. Okay. All right. And one thing that you notice right away when we've loaded the page here is we've got this box around our H1, our hello world. That's because Blazor by default, we can see where we configure it, will focus on a selector for us so that to make it easier for accessibility, which is great. I don't want to disable that, but I don't want this outline here. So by default, it's going to select an H1. And I want it to not give me an outline. So when it's focused, outline none. Yeah, you got it. All right, and let's double check this. Okay. All right, sweet. We'll refresh the page. Let's make sure our outline's not there. And then I think we'll have a nice setup for Bobby to feel comfortable. His favorite fonts, his favorite bootstrap, his favorite icons. I feel right at home. Awesome. Beautiful. Okay, excellent. Let me get this in GitHub. Uh-oh. And hopefully, Bobby will feel right at home in this project when he poses changes. Okay, all right. I think we're pushed. I think we're ready to go. Let's see, Bobby, are you out there?
I think I am.
All right, sweet. Well, I got our setup for you. I added all our frameworks, got our fonts in there, our favorite colors, our themes, icons. I think you're set up. You'll feel right at home.
All right. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ooh, let me get back over to my screens here. All right. So the next thing I want to do is talk real briefly about what we're going to do next. The next thing we're going to do is like really get into Blazor at this point, and we're going to add our first level components. But I thought I would take just a brief minute to explain what a component is in Blazor and what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is, as you can see, he's got a web page. It doesn't have any styling on it. We need a menu. We need maybe a top nav menu going across the top and maybe a footer menu. But to explain how that works, I think it makes sense for us to talk about components at a high level so we can kind of know what's going on. So let me get to my here. Okay. All right. So when you're talking about Blazor components, a lot of times people are only interested in the render modes, and like the render modes are important. We're showing you the WASM render mode today, but really why you'll stick around is because of Blazor components and how you build it. And the one thing about components is they run server side or client side. Doesn't matter what render mode you're in, really. You can decrement them and tell them where to execute. But for us to understand it, there's kind of may want to know what a web component is, and it's really just a reusable UI building block. It's got HTML markup in it. It's got some CSS, and it's got some C# code. Now, what you've seen at this point is a page that he had. You showed the homepage there, and it's got some HTML markup in it, and it also can have some JS code as well. So Blazor has 5 main types of components. The first one's the app component, and we'll look at that a little bit here. And it contains that base HTML body tag. The app component primarily only is used in the server application web template. In here, when we're running WebAssembly, we don't really have an app component. We just have one index page. Then there's a router. We're going to look at that today, where how routing's figured out and like how does it know where page to go to and how does it route. It's pretty easy for us to create those routes, and then we'll show you real quickly how that's done. And then there's layout components, and that's what we're going to build in this session right with me is the nav bars and the footers and the elements, and how do we lay out a page so that we don't have to put like a menu on every single page that we write. We just want it to be injected in a certain spot, and then our surrounding elements, that be our footer and everything else, kind of is along for the ride. And then we have the page level. Pages go inside of a layout. And we have a home page right now. So we'll look into that, and then and how we can like change that, route to it. And this allows a page to be, so it can listen to it and respond to it. And then finally we have UI, and we have named this component. In fact, we're going to have a folder, its own folder. And these are custom components or building blocks that aren't pages, that aren't layouts, they're not a router. They just, you have to include them on a page. And those are kind of our 5 components. Now, what you'll realize is that everything in a Blazor app is a component on a first framework, and everything you build and everything you make is a component. And this is very important, but that means that when Microsoft's designing the framework, they had to make sure that components worked, because everything's a component. And you'll see today as we build a few of these over the next few hours that they're clean, they're easy to build, and components, you just know they can execute on server or on the client side. All right, so I think I can try to get some code here. And let me see here, see if I can grab this thing here. Okay. So let's see what we got going on here. All right. So I'm going to open up my project solution here. I just cloned it from GitHub repo. And so I've got Blazor live here. We'll see what we got going on here. And what I'm running in here when you're looking at this is Visual Studio 2022 preview. The new version of Visual Studio will come out tomorrow as you're watching this. So if you're watching this in the future, just use Visual Studio 2023. All right, we'll take a real brief tour of what we got going on here. We've got our WW root that Jacob went through with you, and you can see here, got my CSS, I've got all my images in here, my JS, okay, you put that in there, cool. And then I've got an index page. that has everything that I need. And this is the injection point to our whole app. In fact, everything, and we stress this a lot in a WebAssembly app, everything gets injected inside this app div here. So don't erase the div ID with app. It's not going to work. And that's because of a component. And so if we go here and look at our components here, we have this app razor. And this is where everything is found. And this is how it's controlling routing. This component, while we can't see the code behind, is doing all of the routing and inserting and everything that we need to happen here. And so this is the main kind of component of our app. And you can see here that this right here is this type of main layout. And this tells us what the layout of every page that's injected is going to be. Okay. Now you can override this on a page by page level. So you could have a default layout, and then you could come in and say, okay, for this page, I want this layout. But for our purposes, we're going to use the same layout throughout our app. And layouts are in here in this layout page here. And so let's look at this main layout here. And you can see here that this inherits layout component base. And this is what makes it a layout page or a layout component. And then the app body is what you have to have for all the injections to happen. Okay. Now, when it looks blank, it looks weird. And it's like, what is this thing doing? But once we make our own, and maybe that'll make more sense. So let's go ahead and make us a brand new layout to see if we can change the look of this homepage here. So this homepage currently right now just has this home and his hello world in here. And you notice there was no kind of Chrome around it. Let's add some Chrome to it. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to add a brand new Razor component here. And now I can call these components whatever I want, but I'm going to call mine top av layout. And I'm going to call all my layout components. I'm going to make sure they end in the word layout and call it whatever. Now, of note, if you're at Coder Foundry and you're coming through our course, we have a whole course in the Blazor class. It's going to be just focusing on doing this. And so what I'm getting ready to do, it would probably take us a day or two as well to do. This is something that we cover a lot in detail so that you can theme your applications, you can lay them out. So we actually built a top nav and a side nav, but you can't go live for 3 straight days. You know, we'd like to, but you know, leave that for David Blaine when he freezes himself in ice or something like that. So, and so we're going to have our layout here, and you can see here, the layout is just HTML, and it's also got a code base. Okay. And remember, every layout page has to inherit component base. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up to make this a layout page. So that is kind of the base thing that we need here. Okay. And then from here, I can build this however I want. I can make any kind of HTML I want. So I'm going to get rid of this H3 class. We don't need that. And I'm just going to start laying out the framework or the Chrome around my app. And so that's going to consist of a div. And I'm going to say deflex this. And this is Bootstrap. I'm going to make this kind of flex column here. Right? And so I type wrong. So before I typed that completely wrong. Say 100. Before we get started much further, let's show you kind of what we're going to build here. So I think it's worth noting that sometimes we can look at kind of like our apps that we want to do. And I always draw wireframes when I do that. And so I want to share with you kind of the wireframes that we're going to use here. And that way you'll have a visual of what I'm trying to do, and it may make more sense. Right? All right. So let's go over to here. Okay, so we've got this wireframe that we've got put together here. And this is what we're going to build in this session. We're going to build this kind of like this top nav here. And this is going to be just kind of like our logo and then one link here. And then inside the middle here, we're going to use Flexbox to flex this so that our main content area flexes to fill all available space. And then finally, we'll come down here and we'll build this kind of cool footer that has maybe a copyright, maybe our logo of our app, and then maybe some social links. And so that's kind of what we'll do in this session. And then when I'm done with that, we'll give it back over to Jacob, and we'll actually start bringing data in from the TMDB API. So this is the basis for building all apps here at CoderFriendly. We believe in making them look good versus just building it. Because if you turn this into an employer as, hey, I want to work here, and it looks like junk, then you know what? Maybe they don't pick you. All right. But the person that goes through the effort to do this. So we feel like there's a lot of value to be played into, like, how do we make them look good in addition to coding it up? So, all right. So let's go back to our code base here. And we're back in here into our div here. And so now let's make our layout here. So what we're going to do is this will flex it into multiple columns. And so what I need here, and I'm going to lay out with some things here. I need a top nav here. And I need maybe a main area. And I need a footer. That's our three things that we're going to build. Now I'm going to build this top nav with a component, but I can go ahead and add in my main classes here. So I'm just going to put a semantic tag in here, a main tag, and then I'm going to put a footer tag in here. And we're going to put a component for footer in here, and we're going to build a top nav component. And then inside the main tag, we're going to put our at body here. Don't put our at body in there, nothing will render. Okay. And then once we got this laid out, to make sure that this grows, I'm going to put a class in here. I'm going to say flex -grow-1. Now you can, if you're familiar with Flexbox, you could have done this with CSS. These classes here that we're adding are the Flex utilities built into Bootstrap. So if you use other CSS frameworks, you can use whatever CSS framework you want. We use Bootstrap here quite a bit. And then I'm going to add one more here. I'm going to say class equals, I'll say flex, and this will make it shrink. So what this will do is make this footer always at the bottom of the page, and the main will grow as big as it needs to grow. And so this is called a basically sticky footer. Okay. Now, because our top nav is at the top, it will always be at the top. And as we scroll, so this is our basic kind of flex layout here. Pretty simple. All right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add just another component. And I want to add a main nav component right here at the top here. So let's add another component here. I'm going to say add new Razor component. And we're going to call this top nav menu. Now you may be asking, why don't I just put all of my code into this layout? And you could, but the reason we separate footer and menu is that sometimes menus in general can have code behind them as well. Maybe you need to render links from a database or something like that. And so it's good to separate these kind of things. Now you could just put them all in there if you want, but you don't need to. But we like separating it. We think it makes sense to separate them. Okay. So in here, this is not a layout component. It's a menu. And so we can just do markup. We don't need to include anything in here. So I'm going to build a nav here. I'm going to use the basic bootstrap styles here, and it's just a navbar. And when you do bootstrap for a living, kind of know what they're going to do. So I'll explain these as I go, but this isn't a bootstrap class. Normally, if you were in the school, we kind of go through and how these kind of work, but it doesn't matter at this point. We just want to get this into our page as quick as possible. I am using GitHub Copilot, so if you see it recommending stuff, this is coming from Copilot. So sometimes it helps, and as Jacob shows you, sometimes it doesn't, so which is okay. Now, one thing that we're going to do here is we're going to make this a container. And one thing that we have adjusted here at Coder Foundry is containers pretty much are going to be XXL. And what that means to us is that the container will stretch to fill all available space except on the super large ones, and then I'll put it in a have some gutter on each side. And this is to account for these ultra wide monitors that you see coming out, these 34, 45 inch, 50 inch curved monitors. And if you took your web page and are looking at it as a full screen, then your menu would feel like, it's 3 miles to the left or something like that. So this will allow it to be look pretty good on all menus or all screen sizes, right? And so that's kind of what we've adopted here. Now, the first thing we can do at the top of our menu here is add an A tag, and this is going to be just a reference to our home page. And home pages in Blazor are always with the backslash, and we need a route with backslash, and that's our home route. And then I'm just going to put a margin on this little space. And this will be just a image that we're going to put in this A tag. And you can see here, Copilot is trying to tell me what it wants to put in here, but I'll take it and change it. It doesn't finish it either. So you have to really watch Copilot. Sometimes he's your friend, sometimes he's not. And what we want here is, instead of the movie DB logo, we want to use this orange Blazor movie logo. And then we're going to take this class out here. And we'll say height is 50. This is just put our logo in the top of the page. Pretty simple. Okay. The next thing we need is a button. And this button we're going to build is our hamburger menu when it's small. Okay. And it needs a class of navbar toggler. And we got to give it a type equals button. And then there's some other ones that make it work, which is data-bs-toggle equals, and then class. I need a target. I probably should have copied this if you're listening, Jason, but yeah. I'm done. What we can do here, our target is the ID of the menu, whatever we call it. And we can just say navbar Blazor movie, whatever, Blazor BM. We'll just say navbar BM for Blazor movie. Doesn't matter what we do it, matter what we call it. And there's a couple of other ones that we put in here. It's expanded, and we'll say false. That readers know that this is by default not expanded. And same thing, we'll give it a label. And this gets kind of long, sorry. But we'll say toggles the navigation. Kind of like that. These labels here are for readers and for visually impaired. This helps tell it what this thing is going to do. Okay, and this is right here necessary because this tells us what to target, and this tells us that it's going to toggle on and off and open and close. Okay. So that's our button. And then inside of our button, we need to give it something. And in Bootstrap, it is a span. And we just say class equals, and this gives it that 3-letter kind of hamburger menu. You can replace it with whatever you want, but we're going to use theirs. And I think that's it. This all works when we're done. Then next we build our actual menu, and this is just a simple menu. And we'll say class equals, and this is going to say collapse. So it knows when to collapse it or not. The class collapse. And then we give it an ID. And if you're playing along at home, this ID has to match this target here. So we'll say navbar VM. Cool. Almost done here. UL, and hopefully this will be really cool when you see that what we're doing here. Give it a class navbar -nav. ME-auto tells it where to start. We're going to push it to the left. If you hit ME start, MS, you push them to the end. Fancy. A little margin on the bottom. And then if it's on the large breakpoint, say 0. Okay. Work. And then finally, LI inside our UL. So we can add as many items as we want to this menu, but we're only going to have one today. Now we're going to use a Bootstrap component that's built into the framework. Okay. And I liked it. Okay. One thing I didn't do right was make sure the href is slash. Okay. That's good. Now what this match does is allows it to, when it's selected, make it bold and white. And then when it's not selected, make it the default color. And that's all what this does. So you don't have to figure out how to set the active state to all these menu items. Just use navlink. It's built in. It's kind of cool. And inside of here, I'm going to add an icon to this home here. And and because we added Bootstrap icons, and I know Jacob did it, I know that I can do this. And you'll memorize some of these icons if you use any kind of icon for a while. If not, they have great documentation. You just go look them up and see what you want. But it basically stands for Bootstrap icon, and then what type or the name of it, and it's home. So this will put a little house beside there. Okay. So that's that. Okay, so we can save this, and now watch what happens here. So if we go back to our top nav layout, check this out. So now I can say top nav, and then look at this. It already knows that I have a menu component, and this is one of the things that we like bringing up, is that this environment that you're in, this app hasn't even compiled yet. And it's already recognizing the styles. So, or the components that it can do. So now we have a top nav menu component, an app body, and an app footer. And then to get this to all work, we come over to our app Razor. Then instead of using main layout, watch this. Pick our top nav layout here, our top nav layout here. Now, I'm good. Some days I'm okay. We'll see what happened. Hopefully it worked. Okay, look at this. So we've got this image here, and if I go over here, probably if I highlight this, it's out there, but you know, it's white and it's not dark, and that's because we didn't put any styles on this. So probably need to add some style on this. But guess what? It added this menu bar, I think. So let's style this up a little bit more. And I will, full disclosure, there has been some issues with hot reload. Jacob's machine works better than mine. I don't know why. Maybe he has a cooler computer than me. Should talk to management. But we can basically close this down here, and maybe we can come in and get this to work. So let's see if we can style this menu up. Now, here's the other thing that's really cool about components is that each component can also have its own style sheet. And this is called isolated CSS. And the first time I saw this, I didn't like it because I was used to managing my CSS in one file. And I'm like, why would I want isolated CSS? My CSS is spread all over the project. But since I've used it, I've come around to that, in that now I can write styles that impact only the elements in this component. So I can guarantee my component is going to look like the designer intended. Now, still to this day, whether you use isolated CSS or use, you know, one giant style sheet or a collection of 20, doesn't really matter. You still have to communicate, and you still got to make sure you don't override it. But the cool thing about isolated CSS is that it cannot reach out and affect any element that's not in the component, which is kind of cool, which means it can't impact the body tag, for example. The body tag being in the full page, it won't allow it to go that far. It can only impact the elements that are in here. So these navs and these divs and these classes that are in here is the only thing that it can do. All right. So let's add a style sheet to it. And so it's pretty easy to add a style sheet. I'm going to go to the layout folder here where this component that I want to have a style sheet exists right here at the root level. And I'm going to say add, I'm going to say new item, and I'm going to pick style sheet. Now it does have a naming convention. And so the style sheet here, and I'll move it to the side here, is of the same name as this. So I have to name it the same. So I'm going to say top nav menu dot razor. Okay. Then .css. So it's still a CSS file, but it has this name so that when I add it, you can see here, it's now nestled under here. So if you're doing this and you're trying to code along at home or whatever, you're trying to do this on your own, and this goes somewhere else, it's either named wrong or you didn't put it at the right folder, but it should be nestled under here. And you can see it puts a body tag in here, but it can impact the body tag. It only impact what's in this component, its parent. It's kind of cool. And then if you go over here and look at index, when I compile this, the styles that are in this component over here are then injected into this Blazor Movie Live Style CSS, our project compiled CSS. So if you want to see if your styles are being pushed into the project, this is the style that you can see in your Chrome debugger. And then you can look in there and see what styles are being pushed in there. So, all right. So let's write our first isolated style. We don't have a whole lot to do here. So I want to make a nav style. Call it nav style. I'm just going to make one here, and then we'll add it to our page. And I want to set the background color because you notice it was white. I want a dark menu. And I am going to use CF styles that we're used to doing. So, and I'm going to go over there and show you where this came from real quick. So if you go over here in this themes that Jacob loaded in this project, right here, this root here has a bunch of colors in it. Okay. And then it's telling me what this color is. Now, right here at the top of our root, and this is how our themes work, is that we set up our themes and you only use these words here, and then we apply the theme that we want to use. In our case, we're using this theme we made up called CF Code Magic. It's kind of like a dark green with some yellow to it. Kind of cool. But you can see if you go through our themes here, there's a lot of colors in here that we've put together. Okay. But we're using Code Magic. We like that one. It's kind of cool. It's a new one that we've built out. And you can make your own by doing what we did. All right. So now I know, just to let you know, that this is where this color comes from, because we're always operating, once we're in our code base, on CF theme if we're adding a color. Okay. Now, the other thing that I want to change is I want to change the class, a bootstrap class. I'm going to override it, navbar-nav. And we won't see this, but because we only have one link and it's always active. But I just want to show you, you can override the bootstrap stuff too as well. So it has all CSS variables that we can also change. And we're going to pick our theme 400. And we do this all the time. And we know that our theme is our middle color. And that's the color we want to pick. All right. And so it's kind of universal when we code it this way and we just change it from blue to green to red to orange to yellow to whatever, it just changes. Okay. Let's run that. Oops. Before we do that, while that's doing it, we'll stop it. Let's actually add our style to our page here. So I'm going to go in here and add our nav style. And because I did that, I hope, get a nav bar now. See what happens. Cool. All right, so you can see here, got this cool bootstrap thing, but I don't have a nav menu item yet. I must have did something wrong. So let's look at it. Should have copied it. So let's see here, class, navbar BM.
Hey, Bobby, if it helps, I think you're missing.
So I got to add a class here to this, and it's nav item. So let's have a nav item, a nav link, and that should do it. See if my hot reload did. All right, shut it off. All right, so we'll run this one more time. We should have a nav bar in place at this point. All right, cool. Maybe not. Nothing like live.
Jacob knows why. You there, Jacob?
Yeah. I think in your database target on that button, I think you're just missing a pound sign. Your line 6. Yeah, the database target up there. I think it needs the pound sign in front of it.
Can you hear us, Bobby? He can't hear us.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No.
Hold on. Hey, Bobby, you can see this, but you can't hear us. Can you even see us? You can't see us either.
He's in the code zone.
So what's the over-under on how long it takes him to fix this?
Mess something up, and I don't see it off the hell. What you got, Jacob?
Can you hear us? You can't hear us.
I'm there.
Uh-oh.
Hey, can you hear us?
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
What did I do wrong?
Okay, Jacob's got you.
Yeah, it's your You're line 6 on your database target. You're missing the pound sign.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, great. It's an ID. Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's go. Thank you. Live is awesome, isn't it? There we go. Home. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got a menu thing, and now we've got our hello world. We just need to add a footer now, and then we're golden. What I want you to understand, this is going to be injected on every page as we go forward, so it's kind of cool. And so let's go. Let's keep going. And so I'm going to add a new Blazor component, and then we're going to add footer in here. And let's say footer. Call it whatever you want. I called mine footer. Exactly what it is. And there's a little bit more work here to do. Not a whole lot. And so if you look at our footer, we have 3 columns, and our left column is going to be our copyright. We're going to put a logo in the middle, and then we're also going to look at our social links on the end. So kind of cool. We think you should brand everything you make. So I'm going to just add a class in here, and I just know kind of what these are going to be. And I know that I'm going to call this footer style because I made a nav style, so I'm going to add a footer style. We're going to have that eventually. And this something we may or may not use. We'll just put it in here. And that's our base setup. So we have this wrapper, and I would imagine when you're building components, you always wrap it in something. I think it that way you don't have to rely on the parent wrapping it. So make sure that you're always wrapping it here. What I've got here is 2 divs. My outside div is going to be my background. That's going to go edge to edge, but I don't want my links to go edge to edge. I want my links to match the container in my footer. And so I'm going to put a div in here to do that. I'm going to say class equals inner-SXL. And that's going to be my inside container. And this is going to hold all of my links. And so in here, and one thing I like to do quite a bit is scaffold out when I'm writing these divs, is I'm going to say a row, and inside that row, let me get 3 columns. So I'm going to say div class equals column. Then I'm going to come back and change them. So I've scaffolded these out real quick. And that's our 3 columns. So through the column 1 on the left-hand side is going to be our copyright. We're also going to say built by tag. I think that's kind of cool. And then we're also going to manage these rows as we go into, or these columns as we go to across the breakpoints from mobile to tablet to desktop, whatever, and move them around, make sure they're always kind of looking kind of cool, right? Okay. So what we'll do here is we'll set this up. So in Bootstrap, we have this thing called row calls, which allows us to determine the stack. So on mobile, we're going to stack these on top of each other like that. And then when we get out to, say, tablets, we'll make it 3, and that'll put them side by side. Okay. Something we'll do. And then we'll go ahead and center this. And a couple other things here too as well while we're at it. Line items. And in case you didn't know this, everything in Bootstrap on a row level is a flexbox. So we can use flexbox things in here, and this is going to line the items in the center for us, or in the center like this, up and down. Okay. All right, nice. All right, so let's work on a quick row in here. Inside of here, I'm going to have a row, and I'm going to make 2 columns in here. Again, Copilot's trying to tell me something, but it's not what I want, so I just ignore it. And column -12 means make a new row every time. That's what we're going to do here. We're going to make sure these stack on top of each other. So it's probably not necessary to do this, but it kind of works. All right. And so in here, I'm going to put a span in here. I'm going to make sure this is all in one row, or try to be. And we'll say MC-1, and this is a margin of it. And I'm going to use built by. Maybe a colon, maybe not. We'll just leave it like that. And then here, I'm going to put an image in here. And you can see here the IDE picks up my project. Now what it does wrong is it tries to put that in there, and we don't need to do that for Bootstrap, but say marks vector logo, and when it adds it, images don't show up when you're doing this and you have them in your WW root. This is the proper pathing for Blazor projects. Okay. And then I think I can set the height here. It's kind of arbitrary based on your logo, but for this logo, it's kind of thin and not very tall. So I'm going to set it 30, and it makes it kind of readable. All right. And so that'll be one line. I'll say built by, and I'll have a logo here, and then we can just do a copyright here at the bottom here. At semicolon. This will be copyright, and then we'll put the year 2023 in here. And then our Coder Foundry guy is Mark Spector. We're Marvel fans here. If you know who he is, great. It's kind of a deep cut, but no, that's okay too. All right, so we have this column here, which just has some HTML in it. Okay, so I'm going to collapse that column for now, and I'm going to work on this next column here. And this is just going to be kind of the middle of it, and it's going to just be an image in here. So I'm going to make sure this is centered, so I can use a Bootstrap thing here called center. Then I'm going to put an image in here. This is going to be my Blazor movie logo. When we put up top, again, I don't know why it does that, but it does. It equals, I think 50 will work. All right. Then right under that, if you're using TMDB, we need to give attribution credit if you want, so they don't shut you down. So we're going to put a div in here, and we'll say powered by, and then I'm just going to have an A ref equals. This has to go out to their link. So this is what they require for you to use their API. So I think if you're using the API, you should do it to ask. They're giving it to you for free. Movie, it's moviedb.org. All right. And then in here, we can put their logo in here. They're trying to get up Copilot again. It's trying to tell me stuff. And we loaded in the logo here. Its height equals probably 30, I think, maybe 10, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully that works. Okay, let's see here. This is div. Okay, so let's put some classes on this. And one thing you can do in Bootstrap as well is, like, once you're in a column or another div, you can flex the items inside the div here by using deflex. And I'm just going to make sure these are aligned. And just say flex it. Wrap if you have to, and give it a 1 gap. So that'll put the powered on top of the image if it has to. If not, try to keep them side by side. All right. All right, so that's kind of cool. All right, so I think that works, hopefully. All right, so the next one is our social links. We're going to push these to the end of our column here on the right-hand side. We're going to make them right align. Put them over here. And then I'm just going to create a div here. Same kind of thing. I'm just going to lay this out. And then we'll make it call 12. Now I have a row, just one column, and I'm going to make another column underneath this because I'm going to put some links to some projects or something like that. And this is a really good, I think, footer for a portfolio developer, someone trying to break in. So when you build a project, they know how to reach out and touch you. So that'd be kind of cool. Touch hire you for that job. So we don't really know what these links are going to be, so we'll just leave them blank for now. And then here, we'll use our icons here. I'll say class equals and BI, and it's BI-YouTube. Okay, cool. And let's see here. I think I can copy this and just, that's right, stick them in here. Just change. Love this one. I'm gonna like this in Twitter-X. You know it's Twitter. And YouTube, and then we'll just maybe GitHub. You can put whatever you want here. Doesn't really matter. But I have the LinkedIn though. Okay. These blue unders saying, hey, I don't like the spelling of this, but it is right. And so if this bothers you, you can say ignore, and that blue underline will go away. But it's just a warning. It's not really an important thing here. And you'll see your warnings down here in your spectre's not a word. So if it bothers you, it doesn't me, but if it does, just say ignore. This is a new enhancement. It's kind of cool if you're writing content. A little spell checker in there helps you out a little bit. I don't know. Kind of neat. All right, so let's build 3 more links here. I'll take that, and I'll change them. That's GitHub saying, hey, what if you want to put privacy terms and contact in here? And I'm like, no, but I will put blog, portfolio, and bug tracker. Gotta rep the bug tracker. And I can also add a link, a little bullet, little dot in between it. That's another kind of ampersand thing, bull. Okay. So real quickly, I think I've got this built out. I hope so anyway. See if it lines up here. Looks like it's okay. All right. We'll see. So that's my 3 areas here. I collapse divs a lot, even though I have these lines here. I do collapse divs quite a bit, trying to make sure everything, there's no orphans out here. Okay. Let's go ahead and add a style sheet in this guy. And so I'm going to add a new style sheet. And if it seems like I'm going fast, I am. But let me get on to writing some C# code here. So it's footer.razor.css. Gotta make sure these are named the same. Look at that. Okay. And it should put it in the right spot, and it did, which is kind of cool. Which is kind of cool. All right, so I know that we're to see our footer style. Making one here, and we'll say dots. We'll do the same thing I did up top. I'm gonna have a background color and a var. Remembered it did, but I went too fast. Yep. It for the win. I'm gonna go ahead and set the color of everything in here. Var, and then we have our CF dash light color. Right, and then let's say footer style A. Okay. Yeah. All right, and so here I'm going to change this to theme color. So we know our theme dash 200, and this theme, the magic theme, this will be sort of like a light blue. Cool. And then if it hovers, get that Copilot. It's really cool. All right, and I know that it's a yellow in this theme, so I'm going to say core. Nah, I just know that color. There's nothing magic about that. I just need the color. And then footer style, and then we'll say .bi. And this is our bootstrap links, and I'm just going to make sure they're a little bigger because icons by default will be the size of the font, and I want them a little bit bigger, so I'm just going to change their size a little bit. And if you're watching like, man, I could never do this typing with Bobby, that's fine. I said this normally takes us 2 complete days to do this. Right? That's pretty cool. Did I spell that right? Inline. All right. So I think that's my style, and got them all in here. Footer style. Did I spell them all right? Footer style, footer style. All right, let's run it. Oh, well, let's add it to our menu here, our layout here. So check it out. I've got this footer class in here. Now I can, and boom, Blazor movie component layout footer. Look at that. And if it's green here, it knows that it's inside there. Pretty slick. And let's run it. Bam! Look at that. Kind of cool. My image didn't come through. We'll look at that. Maybe I didn't do it quite right. Let's look at that. But we have a footer down here. We could probably style this up a little bit more. That's not bad right off the bat, but it probably could use some love. We can change this a little bit. We'll make it a little bit better. Let's change that. Let's get that fixed before I send it over to Jacob. See, it was, which logo was it? It was this one. Yeah, it added that ampersand there. If hot reload worked for us. It's trying to do the hot reload. Don't think it's going to work, which is okay. It's okay. And now we got our little logo there, our Blazor movie. But we can work on this a little bit. So I'm going to work on that. And let's go up here and work on this a little bit. So, and then we'll call it a day. Okay, in this column right here is our very first column, which is our built by Mark Spector. What I want to do is I want to set it to the bottom when it's small, and then on wide, I want it on the left. And so I can just basically say text MD, and this will be start. So first off, it's going to left justify it on tablets forward, okay? And then I can order it last, and then order it MD dash first. Kind of cool, right? I think that'll work on that. Here, let's add a little bit of gap in here between when they were stacked. They were a little kind of like put together a little bit. And let's check this one. That one's always kind of centered, and this one's always in. So I think that may do it. That may fix it for everything. I think it's good enough to pass back off to Jacob. Boom. Okay, so now it's a little spaced out. And then if you see this go out here, watch it, it'll change locations. Kind of cool. All right. So it stretches out. I got one thing here, that at bull there. We'll get that fixed. So now we got our logos in there. Boom. So here's what you got, man. I mean, like when you come to Coder Finder, you'll get this, and you can apply this to any project that you build, which is kind of cool. I think it's neat. So what I'm going to do is hand this back to Jacob. Let me make a commit here, and we'll get back here together. If the guys can come back on while I commit this.
Yeah, man, it's looking good.
Okay. Any questions so far? Anything? Anybody asking questions here? None? Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, good. All right, let me make sure that I can send you code here. All right, so session, what are we on, session 3, something like that? Session 2? Only session 2. We got a long ways to go, man.
Oh, it's pretty much done now.
Thanks for rescuing me on the pound sign. I would have been looking at that for 13 years. So, like, you know.
Yeah. We were talking in chat. That's real coding for you, man. The number of times I've been driven crazy by one letter, you know.
Let me commit to master. Push it. Okay, you should be able to see it now and grab it.
All right, let's pull. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so what you got now is you've got your layout, and so now what I want to see next is can you actually go out to API, pull back some data, and just give me like just a title or something, and I'll design the rest of the page and lay it out when we come back. When I come back.
Okay, yeah, get some data flowing. I can do that.
Yeah, get some data flowing, do some actual C# work, build, show them how this works and how that all integrates into the code with the code behind. I think that'd be great.
All right. Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
All right. See you in a few, man.
All right, beautiful. So we've pulled the changes, looking good. I do like that color a lot, this color we've picked. Okay, so we've got to get some data flowing. We did see, this is going to be powered by the movie DB. So while Bobby was coding it up, I pulled up our API documentation for the movie DB. And first things first, what I got to know is how can I authenticate? How can I tell TMDB that I'm allowed to see these movies. They issue API keys, which is extremely common. Most APIs will be protected by some form of authentication, because they don't want just anybody using and abusing this API. They want to know, are you using it correctly, responsibly? Are you making money from it? They want to know all that good stuff. So I pulled it up and I see here that TMDB has two options. One is to use an API key in what they call a query parameter, and they give me an example right here. The other option is to use a bearer token. So that means that every time we talk to this API, we're going to include our bearer token as a header instead of part of the URL, which I think I generally prefer. It's a more secure method. It's a little bit newer. Query strings are old school, and we're in Blazor.net 8. We're all about new school. So the first thing I'm going to do before I try to retrieve data from this API is I'm going to get my code, our Blazor application set up with what we call our HTTP client. That's the easiest, most robust method of reaching out to an API in .NET world. So I'm going to set up our HTTP client first here to use this bearer token scheme, and we'll get going. We'll take a look. Once I've got that, we'll take a look at our endpoint, start modeling some data, see what we can get through. So I'm thinking what I'm going to start with here is I'm going to make ourselves a service that talks to TMDB. And if you're familiar with .NET, hopefully you're familiar with services. If you're not, I could preach on live until 10 p.m. tonight about why we love services and how helpful they are in dependency injection and all that. But if you've taken our course or you're familiar, you already know where I'm headed with these services. So first things first, I'm going to keep my code organized. I'm going to create a folder for this service. We'll call it services, as is tradition. And within this folder, I'm going to add a service. I'm going to call this my TMDB client. And of course, we can use, if you've used HTTP client in the past, you know that we could use it directly within our code to call the TMDB API. I think it's going to be easier to call this API through a service with purpose-built methods. So as we're using it, Bobby and I don't have to remember the URLs or what has to go into the request. We just call a method and it'll do it for us. So as I go to write this client, we do have in a Blazor WebAssembly app. If you're familiar with the program CS, this looks a little bit familiar, a little bit different. Generally on a web application, we end up with a lot more code than this. But one of the things they give us for free through dependency injection is a HTTP client that's configured for the base address this app is being served from. So if it's on Netlify, it's going to be pointed to Netlify by default. If you're on Railway, it'll be pointed to your Railway deploy by default. But because this is already a service we can use, that means I can utilize it. I can inject it into my own class here, my TMDB client. So we'll get started. Dependency injection is pretty cool. Lets me just ask for it and it'll be configured and given to me. So I'm going to give myself a private field to hold this HTTP client so that all of my methods here can access it. I'm going to give myself, give it a name, _HTTP client to let me know it is private. And we'll use, Copilot's good. We'll use a constructor injection here. This is where we'll ask for a instance of this class to be injected for us when this service is created. And then we'll assign it to a private read-only field, and we'll do a little bit of configuration as well. That's a good start. But for this class, for our TMDB client, man, GitHub's ahead of me. We're going to configure our base address, HTTP client.base. Too many T's. Address equals in the URI. Is that right? Is that where I want to go? HTTPS API moviedb.org/3. Yes. So by default, when I'm using this HTTP client in this class, it's going to allow me to reach out to this URL followed by any other parameters I might need, or different paths, different endpoints. But that's its purpose here within this service, is just to talk to the API. So it's a great start. Up next, we be good citizens. We'll say what we accept. We're looking for JSON as a response, so we'll go ahead and say that. HTTP client dot. We'll add to our request headers that we are going to accept a new header value application/JSON. And often this isn't strictly required. Most APIs are going to give you JSON back one way or the other. But it is a good practice. Some APIs can give you different formats back. Some APIs won't respond with JSON if you're not clear. Hey, I'm actually an application looking for JSON. I'm not a user looking for a page. So it's a great practice. And they do ask you to do that in their documentation. So plug that in there easy. And up next, I need to create an API key, or grab my API key. So I'm going to write the code first, and then we'll add back in our API key. Like we saw in their documentation, we got to send that with. So we'll say our string API key is going to be, no, good try, Copilot, not quite. From our configuration, our app settings, which means I need to inject those as well. And that's the beauty of dependency injection here, is that in our constructor, if it's being instantiated by .NET through injection, we can just ask for anything in our service container that we want. So for example, the configuration of this application, I can grab it right there. And out of my config, I'm going to be looking for my TMDB key. And here's a cool trick in C# is we call it the null coalescing operator. You can see Visual Studio's warning me, hey, this might be a null string. You're converting a null, literal, or possible null value to a non-nullable type. I've said this API key is not null because it can't be. I won't be able to authenticate if I don't get a API key back. So you are able to use a null coalescing operator to say, hey, if that's null, provide this instead. And in our case, I actually don't have a backup. I don't have something else I want it to be. What I really want to do is I want to know about it right away. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually throw an exception. This will stop my app in its tracks and warn me, uh-oh, your TMDB key was not found. It's not going to work. Which is, found. Which is good. If our app starts and we cannot find that API key, we've got a problem. Of course, the whole app is to, its purpose is to talk to the MovieDB. And if we don't have our key, we can't authenticate and we can't show you anything. So we're going to fail early, make sure that we handle that. And now, assuming this has gone correctly, I am going to, close but not quite, add that to my headers, client.default request headers. We're going to add to our authorization header a new header, and exactly what Copilot is suggesting to me. We are going to be using a bearer scheme, as we saw in our documentation, and we're going to be using the API key as our value, so that when our HTTP client does make a request, it includes just what we see right here in the in our headers every time. I don't have to do it with every request. It's just going to be configured this way by default. So going forward, all I really have to worry about is what endpoint am I talking to and what data am I getting back, which I think is going to make my life much easier in the future. And that is a good start here. We've created a service. We haven't made any methods yet to call any endpoints. We configured our HTTP client so that we can talk to TMDB correctly. Let's go ahead and add our API key. Now this is worth noting. If you're familiar with .NET development, any server-side development in .NET, we typically use our user secrets, secrets.json, a file that doesn't get checked into GitHub, but is available to our project to store things like API keys, to keep them private just on our server. This is a WebAssembly application. There is no backend that's in our control anyway. This is just a client app. So regardless of what I do, this key will be available to the client at some point. I do think it's best to keep it out of your actual code like this, so that if you need to change it or send it to somebody else and use a different API key, it's in one place and it changes the rest of your code. But in this application, this key will be visible to our end users if they dig hard enough. The nice thing is my key is going to be read-only, so I'm not too worried about it, but it is important to know. Typically, if you were putting this in a production application, you would have a backend which receives the request from your client, adds your API key, and forwards it on to TMDB. And if you guys saw our render modes video, we actually have a example application that does exactly that on render modes. And there is a branch for .NET 8 RC2, because in that application we do have a backend. So if you're curious how that works, you're welcome to go take a look there. But regardless, for our WebAssembly app, I'm going to go ahead and add myself a app settings so that I can use that configuration. So we will add a new item in my WW root called app settings .json. And again, that's a pretty familiar file for any .NET developers out there. This doesn't come by default in the WebAssembly application because this file does get sent to the client in the end. So really important to know, if you have anything that is top secret, this will get sent to your client application. So you need a backend to keep information private from the end user. This whole app is going to get sent to them. So in here, because my configuration is looking for TMDB key, you got to have something with that value. And yeah, your key would go here. In this case, my key is going to go here. So excuse me for one moment to copy that. And paste it. Paste it. There we go. All right, we're back to my code. Okay, so we've added our TMDB key. We've created the beginning of our client. And up next, we need to actually make ourselves a method to call these movies. And I know by default what we want to look at is the popular movies. So again, I do have that documentation pulled up for myself. And right over here, we have a popular movie endpoint. TMDB has very thorough documentation, which is awesome. I can see a few things right away. I can see on this popular movies endpoint the actual path that I want to call. So that's great. I'm going to keep note of that, movie/popular, easy peasy. But what's really important here is, and kind of the beauty of Blazor here, is that C# is a strongly typed language, meaning any variables we work with in our code, any objects, we have to know the properties. We have to know exactly what's contained in that model. JavaScript, little less work on the front, but a lot more work on the back, will kind of let you make any object you want and try to get any property you want. And maybe you do, maybe you don't. In our C# code, we know for sure what response we expect, and we know for sure what it needs to be. So in order to call this endpoint and use it within my C# code, I need to make myself some models that match this response. So I can take a look right here real quick. They will give me some JSON that we'll use here in a minute. But I can see our response is, of course, an object from this popular movie endpoint anyways. It's an object with a page, an integer, results, an array of objects, presumably the movies with these properties in it, Beautiful. Total pages, total results. So when I do call this endpoint, I'm going to get back what I would call a paged response, some information about what page I'm at, how many pages there are, and then an array of data, which is very common. Most APIs, you will see paginated in this way. You'll see, instead of getting all the data back, you're going to get just a subset. If you're talking to the Facebook API, or I guess not the X API anymore, it's too expensive, they're not going to send you back all 200 billion Facebook posts in one request. They're going to send you back one page of them, and it's no different here, which is great. So that means I'm going to need two models. I'm going to need one model for this page of response, and then one model for the results that I'll get back, the popular movies. And I'll show you guys a great shortcut built into Visual Studio, why we love this tooling so much. We'll go ahead and hit try it. And right here, their documentation has given me some really cool, just a direct look into the JSON. So I can see I got my page, my array of results, total pages, total results. That's awesome. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to grab that JSON. I'm going to use it for modeling here, right over in Visual Studio. All right, I'm going to add myself a new folder, and I'm going to make myself a popular movie paged response. That's the class we're going to make to represent the JSON we get back, which will give us a lot of great things. It'll give us type safety. We'll be sure whatever response we get is in fact this data. And it'll give us great intelligence to let us know what's available. So when we do go back to Bobby, he really won't have to take a look at my code too much. He'll be able to just discover what properties are available to him pretty naturally, which is awesome. One of the cool tricks here in Visual Studio is that we can take JSON and paste it as a class and let it do most of the work we want for us. So if I head over here to my edit, paste special, paste JSON as classes, that's exactly what I want. I got my JSON response from TMDB, an example anyway. I want to paste it as a class. And it'll do exactly that. We've got ourselves a root object with page, total pages, total results, and results. Visual Studio is pretty smart, figured out that that's an array of objects, and it gave me that class over here. So we'll make some changes. I don't want this to be a class of root object. I want this to be a class of popular movie, paged response. And this result class is actually going to just be not a result, but what I will call a popular movie, singular. This class it made for me automatically is going to represent one popular movie. And then this results property is going to give me an array of those movies. So just to keep myself sane, I'm going to move this class to a new file. Don't want it in the same file here. We're going to go ahead and add new item, popular movie .cs. Boom. All right. So I'll start with our page response here. This one's going to be a little bit easier. Because their API is going to give us back these properties, page, results, total pages, total results. The properties must be named the same. That's how our HTTP client or .NET is going to know, oh, this JSON I have, that maps to this object. That's great. In C#, though, we have some naming conventions that not only make us feel more comfortable as developers, but actually carry meaning. So typically, when we have public properties like this, they're named in Pascal case, they're capitalized. And this JSON we're getting back is instead giving us a snake case. It's all lowercase, we have underscores, and it's going to kind of stick out like a sore thumb in our code base and feel a little confusing. So we don't have to be stuck with that, luckily. C# is flexible, very comfortable with working with JSON. We're going to use a data annotation. We're going to use something called JSON property name. And we're going to go ahead and plug page in here because we know that's what we'll get, and then rename it to page with a capital P. That way our HTTP client knows when we see page, it's actually this property page with a capital P. And as far as our code is concerned, those are two different things. So this is going to allow our HTTP client to know how to map this JSON object we get back. So we'll do the same thing. We'll say JSON property name results. And we're going to give that a capital R. Same thing here, JSON property name total pages. Thank you, Copilot. Love that. Total pages. Nice. Copilot's on a roll for me today. Quick work of this. All right. So with pretty minimal effort on my part, I now have a class that represents our response we're going to get from our call to the popular movies, named in C#'s naming conventions and annotated with these property names so that they'll match the JSON we actually receive. And we'll see here, I'm getting a warning here, non-nullable property results, needs a value. Ints, they all have a default value. This guy doesn't, so if we don't get results back, our code will tell us it's not null, even if it is. So we'll initialize this. And the typical way of initializing an empty array in .NET 7 and before would look a little bit like this, array.empty in popular movie, to help prevent allocating a large array that's just going to get overwritten later. But here's a cool feature of .NET 8. They now have what we call collection initializers. So this is going to feel really familiar to any JavaScript developers. We can say we know it's going to be an array of movies, and actually I'm going to make it a list anyway. But I can just use square brackets. I'm going to say, okay, give it a new empty collection to start with, so that when it does get mapped, it'll be there. If it doesn't get mapped, at least it's an empty value and not a null, which will give us errors. So I'm also going to change this popular movie away from an array into, we'll go with an IEnumerable or a list. Gives us a little more power. It's a little bit easier to work with that than plain old arrays. So we'll make that easy on ourselves in the future. And I think that's good for this class. Let's go ahead and give our popular movie the same treatment, just as we did before. And hopefully this will go quickly. JSON property name. Not total pages, but adult. And that's going to be capital A adult. Let's see if we can make this go a little bit faster for ourselves. All right, that got us most of the way there. That's awesome. Multi-cursor is a beautiful thing. All right. All right, we got our backdrop path. Boom. And this may be null. Got an array of genre IDs. We'll go ahead and rename it. Got an ID. Uh-oh, didn't get the right property name here. And would count. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's see. We've got a title. That should never be null. So we'll go ahead and give it an initializer. That way we're not dealing with warnings here. At least where we don't need it. Release date, I don't believe is nullable, according to their documentation anyway. Poster path, same deal. Well, that could be null. Okay, all right. And I think with that, our model's done. It's beautiful. Didn't have to do it by hand, so I'll take any kind of machine help I can get with that one. And Copilot was on a roll too for me. Oh, I see a question. How do you use multi-cursor? It's awesome. Yeah, Alt-Shift arrow keys will give me multiple cursors that I can use and navigate that way. You can also hold Control Alt and click and do two different places if you don't want them directly lines one on top of the other. Super powerful, but with great power comes great responsibility. It's easy to mess yourself up with that one. But yeah, I think my models are okay. I hope anyways. Let's give this a shot. Let's write a little method to use these, pull back our data, and hope it goes smoothly. Let's see. I'm going to head back to my TMDB client. I'm going to give myself a method here. It's going to be a public method. Everybody needs to be able to use it. It's going to have to be asynchronous because we're going over the internet. And that takes a long time compared to our code that's async, which means it's going to return a task, a promise to eventually complete. You JavaScript developers are familiar with promises. A task is kind of the same thing. And we're going to return probably a popular movie page response in the end. We'll call this one get popular movies async. And we don't need any parameters just to get the popular movies. So this one will be pretty quick. We are going to just return our HTTP client. It's going to call get from JSON async, which is pretty awesome. This is a great handy method that we get to use. We send a get request, very common in APIs. I want to get data. I'm not posting or changing anything. I'm just getting it back. Get from JSON kind of does the whole song and dance for us all in one method. It fetches our URL, tries to parse it as JSON, and returns to us the result, which is excellent. It's pretty much every API call in the world. You're going to do that response or that song and dance, get a response, parse it as JSON, return that object. We just need to tell get from JSON async what type we're expecting, and we are expecting a popular movie paged response. Now we're going to go ahead and give it our URL. I think that's movie/popular, but let's double check. Yes, movie/popular. And that's it. That's our API call. I think we're okay. Now we need to make this service available to ourselves, give it a quick test. If all has gone according to plan, we're in good shape. We can hand this right back to Bobby with the data flowing. So we'll register our service. We've created this TMDB client. We're going to make it available to ourselves and the rest of our code here by registering it. And just like they added the HTTP client, we will add to our services a scoped service of type TMDB client. Oh, doesn't take any configuration. It just does its own thing. Great. Now it's available to us. And the beauty of using the service is now I can go to my home page and I can just ask for this service. It'll figure out all of its own dependencies for me, and I can use it right here. Go back to our home page, and injecting a service is as easy as at inject, we're telling our application, hey, go get this service, give it to me, figure out everything it needs. And we're going to be injecting our TMDB client, but we need to use our namespace, and I'll call it TMDB. And first time. We've been seeing these Blazor components with a little bit of HTML, pretty straightforward. Exactly what you'd expect to see as a web developer. Now we get to introduce ourselves to the code block, the real magic of Blazor. This is where we can run C# interactively in our browser, which is a beautiful thing. It's going to be at code with curly brackets. And now this component is essentially a class for us. We can use this this code block to run code, display it. If you guys are familiar with Razor syntax, it's a lot of power that we can use here. So I'm going to give myself a private field that is my popular movie response. Might be null. It's possible TMDB is down, or paged response. It's possible TMDB is down, or something went wrong along the way. So I have to admit it may be null. We'll call it our movies. And we'll use one of our lifecycle methods. We will say, GitHub Cobide's ahead of me. We're going to override a method here. Protected override async task on initialized async. Boom. So if you guys are familiar with any other component frameworks or SPA frameworks, you're probably familiar with the idea of lifecycle methods. But Blazor has a few. Primarily here we have on initialized async. This method is going to run as soon as our component begins to render. But before it's done rendering, we also have built-in methods that we can override here, just like we did, to run code after the component has rendered, after it's received parameters, which we'll talk about later, but at different points of this component's life cycle, as it runs the code, renders on the page, maybe makes some changes to what's there. But for now, when our component initializes, we're going to go ahead and grab our movies. So we will just say movies equals, we're going to wait since it's async, our TMDB dot get popular movies async method. And if this goes according to plan, my movies response will come back, have all the data I need, which means I can now hop into my HTML and use that code. And the cool thing is my HTML gets re-rendered whenever these fields that it depends on changes. So I can say something like, using my Razor syntax, at if my movies is not null, because it may be, or it will be until this uninitialized async method runs. But if that's not null, let's display those movies. We'll just make a ordered list or an unordered list here. Exactly what GitHub or what Copilot is suggesting to me. If I do have some movies, this is our classic Razor syntax, then display a UL with a list item for each movie's title in my results. That's great. For each loop over the results. Put a UL on the page. I can even say else. Movies are, put a p tag. Movies are still loading. So it'll probably happen fast enough that we won't even see it. But if my movies are null, if I haven't received a response yet or something went wrong, we're going to get a paragraph tag on our page that says, hey, it's still loading. Just hang on a minute. But if they're not null, we'll get a UL of all the movies and their titles back from TMDB. So I think now is a good time to test it. Let's see if this works as we expect. It's pretty slick. We can just inject our service here, and if I can get titles, I know Bobby can get a sweet display for these movies. Let's see what happens. I hope I got my API key in there correctly. All right, we're loading our WebAssembly. And I will say, when the app is deployed, that WebAssembly spinner spins much faster. It's able to make some optimizations that it doesn't do when we're debugging, just to give us a faster compile time. But I can see right away, beautiful. I've got a list of movies, a bunch of them, popular ones, Mission Impossible, etc. I think we got data flowing. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, excellent. I think Bobby could take it from here. You can make these movies look nice. We have the whole object available to us, and through dot notation, it should be pretty easy for him to discover. We can even see in our HTML what our movies have. Movie dot popularity, its backdrop path, what languages it's in, how highly scored it is. Should be easy for Bobby to use. So I'm going to push this to GitHub and see what he can do with it. All right. And Bobby, are you around for us?
I'm here.
Beautiful.
How you
I've
doing?
got data flowing for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Just pushed it to
Let me see if I
GitHub.
can pull it before you get off real quick. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. If you pull it, you should see as soon as the page loads a list of 20 or so movies just right there. All the titles for you. And if you missed it, we gave you a service. Make it real easy. Just inject it and should be good to go.
Okay, cool. All right, let me see if I've got it here and I'll let you go. Then I see the models in now. Okay, page. Cool. Nice. All right. All right. So what we can do real quick, I think, is just talk about like what I'm going to do next. I'm going to actually build the page next. And then, you know, I'm still in UI land over here. So I'm doing the UI. I'm standing in for the designer. But like any good designer, I need to wireframe it. So let's just see if we can wireframe this guy up. And let's see, remarkable here. Okay, so let me just share this real quick. We're good. So this is what we're going to build. So right now we have like our layout right here at the top here. So this is our, you know, kind of our menu bar up here. And then what I'm going to build is these cards. I don't want to build one card. I want to build 100. And so what I want to do is build one card and then loop over them and add them dynamically to the page. And so we've already built our nav at the top and nav at the bottom. And so now, realistically, man, I mean, I just probably need like a header and maybe a card and loop over stuff, and it should be pretty easy. And what we want you to get out of this section is looking at the power of reusable UI components, and then the ease of once you have data coming back and you have objects in your page, how easy it is to consume those objects and apply the two-way binding to things. So this is kind of what we're going to build. So let's get after it here. See what we can do. All right, so this is our code here. And let's see kind of what we got going on here. So he built a page for us. And if I click in here to the home page here, I can see where he has his movies running. So let's just run it real quick. Make sure I have a key. And make sure it works. I think you put it in global app settings, just so it's easy for us to transfer. Hope so anyway. Cool. So I've got some stuff going back, just some titles, and now it's up to us to kind of make this look good. So this is the part of this where we're always building apps, and a lot of it is UI work. Let's get to work here. So let's look at what UI we have here. So let's start ripping this stuff out. We don't need this anymore. We might keep this right here. So he's got if no. Okay, so let's work on this. All right. All right, so let's at the top here. The tab here, and then let's add H1 to the top of this page here. It's kind of telling me like, hey, display one or whatever. It's different. And this at the top of our page here. And let's put a little fire tag beside it. That'd be kind of cool. Fire icon. Again, I've got Bootstrap icons available to me. And this is why at Coder Foundry, we install this stuff up front, because we know we're going to need stuff like this when we're building things. So we just have a really cool setup that makes coding things pretty easy. And when we're building apps, I can tell you that we're doing the exact same thing every time. We use these things too. So instead of heart, we could say heart, but we're going to do fire. Fire. Okay. So we've got an H1 tag up there. Okay. We've got our flex column here. And what we should add as well to this page is, let's put this in a container like the rest of the page. So let's so it matches the width of our use. So container -XXL. And we'll push it down from the top a little bit. And let's just put that around our whole thing here. So now I've got this page title, we'll say Blazor Movie. And we could put, maybe popular movies. Just show up in our browser heading. So nothing big deal here. All right, so we've got this class here, which is a flex column and deflex, and we're justifying the columns in the center and align and all this. So I don't necessarily want a column. So we're going to put these suckers in a row. We're going to go out to the side here. So something like that. And space them out horizontally across the page. And then this is just the bootstrap style here. Instead of center, we're going to say between. Evenly space them in between as it goes across. Like that. This. Let's add a column back in here. So bit about our, so on mobiles it'll stack, everything else tablets it'll stick, it'll go out to the right. So we're making this flex box either stack or go out on rows, and these are just bootstrap styles that allow us to get to flexbox through bootstrap. Okay, probably can take this off here. So we got us that. Okay. Let's get to working here. So now we come down here, and he's got some stuff about the movies here. And so what we can do is put a row in here. Okay. All right, so I think actually what we'll do. So we'll do some cool placeholder stuff here. And so we'll put the row on the outside of all of this if statement here, because we'll use this row no matter what happens. And what we'll do is we'll establish a row. And what do you mean here? All right. We'll establish a row, and then we're gonna make a row like this, and then we're gonna put either the movies in there with our card or a card of placeholders, and we'll show you how our component can morph in both of those. I think that would be pretty nice. And so we'll just set it up to say 2 by 2 across on mobile, and I'm just gonna guess here. That's 4 maybe. So 5. If that doesn't work, come back and work on it. So it's like 2, 4, and 5. Maybe a medium breakpoint is 3. I don't know. I think that'll work for now. So this is just setting up how we want this to kind of depend on how many columns we have. And we'll just say justify it in the center. Then probably on mobile, like mediums forward, like from tablet to desktop, we'll probably want it to the start, because these are going to be like a row going across at that point. So we can just side to start. I am not typing right now. So that'll probably do that. So that'll be kind of our base setup. We may come back and play with it later. But basically we have our breakpoint set up. It'll be in the center on the mobile. Everything else, it'll start and try to fill them out from left to right. Not bad. Okay. So we're going to get rid of this UL altogether. Unless we're going to put them in hard. And we're going to get rid of much this. Okay. We'll leave this loading here for now. So Jacob's got it set up to where we can loop over our movies here. Okay. And then, but what we want to do is I want to put in card. Now, what I could do is put the HTML right here. But what I'm going to do is build a component and just loop over and display the component. That way the component can be self-contained, and over here on my page, it looks a lot cleaner. I don't have all of this kind of markup going on. So I think that'll work pretty well for us. Okay. Movie and movie results. All right. So in here, we'll just say div class equals all. And we'll say slash div. And so what this will do, depending on how many movies we have, that's how many cards we're going to put in there. And you can see Copilot's trying to tell me to put that in there, but I'm going to use a component to do that. Okay. Now, what I can also do is I'm going to come down here and let's address this. We could show movies are still loading, or we're going to write a for loop here and we're going to display 10 placeholder movies. I'm just going to arbitrarily set this to 0 to 10 here. So and sometimes Oh, I got the if wrong, but it got it right. Okay. So now we've set this up, and now we have to just drop our card in our code here, and it should work. So let's go over here and let's actually make our card. Now, the reason we're making this as a card is we want to show you kind of the way we're going to structure pages going forward. And you can see here, he's already got some folders here, model services, and we got this components folder here. But inside here, we have layout and we have pages. I'm going to add a new folder here, and we're going to call it UI. And I hope that Microsoft adopts this folder name. I like it. So, but we'll see if they do or not. I don't know. Let's rename it. I struggle with this, but I'm going to do capital I. I think it looks better. I'm sure there's some other reason not to do it that way, but and so in here, I'm going to create a new component in here. I'm just going to call it movie card. This is the card that's going to hold our movie for our home page. We may have some other components before we get done today, but I'm just going to call it movie card. And that's going to be right here in our folder here. I'm going to show you one other trick that we can do here is I'm going to come into my imports razor, and you can see here that Blazor Live and components in dot layout. I'm going to add this Blazor movie components UI. And I could add models too. Or you can put the using statements in each page. We're only going to have 2 pages. So I just want to show you kind of how this kind of works. And what this means is I don't have to get that name. That's funny. If that'll work. I renamed it. Let me see here. Okay. We'll keep it like that for now. All right. So it's thinking this is the name. If I build it, see if it'll find it. It's okay. Initially I had a lowercase. Then I changed the name of the folder, but it already created the namespace. I think we're good. All right. So in here, I've got my movie card here. And again, a movie card component is like anything else. It's just got some code and some markup. Now, one thing we're going to do for our movie card is we're going to do something brand new here in our code thing is I'm going to take, this card is going to take a movie in here. And look at this, Copilot is really good sometimes. I know, Jacob, you're listening, but like, that's pretty good right there. So I'm going to take the popular movie, and it doesn't know what this type is. So that's because I had to include my models in this. So I'm going to go back to my imports here, and I'm going to include this so I don't have to put that using statement in there. And now when I come back to my moving card, it should find it. If I do a rebuild, should. Unless that's not in models. It is.
You might have to you might have to close and reopen the
editor,
the window there. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
It found it eventually. It just took a minute. All right. So so right now I've got this. I've got a getter, setter, and I've got a popular movie, and I got a parameter coming here. Now, what's important about this is like this parameter is this complex type of this object popular movie, and because I can pass this complex type between components, it makes me real easy to build things in a really separated way. So I don't really have to know how this gets here. I just have to expect it to be there. Okay. Which is pretty good. All right. So let me show you how I could use this. So now I'm just going to rip this out, and let's just work on some HTML here. So I'm going to build a div statement here, and I'm going to go ahead and start with an if statement. So I'm going to if, and we'll put if popular movie. movie is not null. This is this parameter right here. So now when they push it in here, I'm looking to see if you tried to instantiate this component without anything. All right. But if it's not null, hey, let's do some stuff. All right. So in here, I can generate the HTML that I want. I'm going to use a Bootstrap card for this. And we'll say div, and that's card for Bootstrap. We can make it as big as it needs to be because we're going to put this in the container and we want it to fill all the space in the container. And this is another thing in your component design when you're building things is look at the container that it's in and style around the container it's in. And that means that a lot of times we'll go from media queries to like container queries so that our components can truly be modular. In this case, we know what's going to be in, so we're going to set it to be 100% tall. All right, we'll give it a fade in, change when it's displayed. Then top of our card, remember our UI we looked at has our image at the top, and then we're gonna have the information on the bottom. So I need to put our image in here, okay? But sometimes for some movies, what we've learned is that sometimes they don't have a poster, which you're like, what movie doesn't have a poster? One that hasn't been released yet, but somehow they're in somehow they're in here. So, so let's check, see if our poster is null or empty. And we can look at this, check this out. I can just say movie dot, spell it right, poster path. And I hope that's not lost on you, like super powerful. Like I don't have to know about the API at this point. I don't have to know anything about it, it just finds it, all right? And so I'm not going to take any of this because it's telling me smalls. Hit the key. All right, and so I'm going to just put an image in here. And I'm going to give it a class. I do know the class is from Bootstrap because I made a bunch of cards in here, but it's like image top. That just gives it a class and sets it on top. And we can say alt. We can give it an alternate name, movie poster. And then we just give it a source equals. And check this out. We can we're going to give it, this is saying, let me check my code here. If string is null or empty. Oh, if it's null. Okay, yeah. So I want to put this images slash placeholder. So we made this image called poster placeholder. Just in case this doesn't, they don't have one, we fix it up. We've used this in the past. And sometimes the data shows up. Okay, so now, okay. We'll take it, Copilot, and we'll look at it. All right, so same thing here. So we're having alternate image tags depending on the value in that object that we have. We can write the HTML that we want, movie poster, and then okay. I think that is right. Okay, cool. I thought I was going to explain this, but basically here I've got some Razor code here, and then inside these parentheses here, I've got this. If you're used to JavaScript, this is like a template literal where I have a $, and then now here I have this string literal right here, which is the base path to all images inside of the movie API, and then here I'm pulling in the path from the API call, or really the path from the instance of the object that was sent to this component. And so that's how we're going to resolve our images. So that should work. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got our card top, and then in here, now we need to do our body. We'll say class equals, and it's, I think it's card dash body. Then we'll give it a border dash top, and make its background. We'll just use a bootstrap background. Now, you could color this how you want. We could use our themes or whatever. So I'll take this again from Copilot. Copilot's helping me out. So this is the card title, and then at movie title, and then at movie overview. Okay, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to use the overview, even though it's being passed in. The only thing we want here is the title and maybe like the release date. And so I'm going to come in here and say class equals card dash text. And then from here, I want to display a date time in a certain format. And again, this is another thing that's kind of cool because we have access to all of .NET. We can call things like date time parse. Check it out, man. All right, so it's saying this release date right here, it tries to parse it, and if it does, it formats it. And that means if it's not a date time, it's not going to format it in this format. So don't have this problems you have sometimes in JavaScript where you apply formattage to the thing and the data is kind of wrong because you don't know if the data is right or not. So this is testing it and then trying to format it. And because of its type, we know that it's going to be formatted correctly. All right, so that's kind of cool. So we got a card body here, almost done here. And then one of the tricks that I do, I'm building out cards with the Bootstrap card system, is I always put a footer on it. And there's a reason I do, because it makes this line on the bottom. Then if you have height of cards that are different in the body, the footer will make all of those visually aligned together regardless of how tall this content is. Sometimes you'll get these cards that are small and some are taller, but if you have a footer on them, they'll all visually align on the bottom. It's just a trick that I do. We'll make sure this is at the end, and I'll put my button in the footer. Okay. And so we're going to say class equals in dash primary. And then here, we need a href. And now we don't, what this button's going to do is take us to the detail page, but we don't quite have that yet. So we'll have to do that in another session. We'll come back and maybe fix this later. Okay. Because we don't really have it yet. So we'll wire that up later. Okay. So that's our card. All right. So now if it is null, check this out. Watch this. Now, hopefully what you'll see happen here is you'll be able to see the placeholder and then watch them come in, and you'll probably think, oh, that's magic. And it kind of is. It kind of is. So I'm going to make another class here, and we're going to say card. Right. And we're going to say 100, and I was hoping it would help me, but it didn't. Now it decides not to help me. That's okay. So we're going to say class equals image top. And then we'll say alt equals movie poster, and source equals / images. And we have a poster placeholder right here. So on the top, and then we just need a class equals. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing we just did, but we're not going to have any data in this one. This is just simply to be placeholder text. And what this does is take your project to, I think, that next little level to where you have placeholder data instead of just a logo spanning or like, hey, the stuff's loading. Be right back. This takes it to that next level. Okay. Well, now it knows what I'm doing. I think it's listening to me, Jacob. So we, in Bootstrap, have these classes. We can say placeholder dash glow, and they'll kind of pulsate here. And this is built into Bootstrap, so it's kind of cool. You could build a similar thing with anything else that you want. Okay. And right here, this will simulate our title. Okay. Then in here in our card text, same kind of thing here. We'll put our placeholder glow. And then in here, I was hoping it would load it for me, but it didn't. That's okay. You get used to it giving you stuff, and it doesn't. You get mad at it. Where are you, Copilot? Okay. And we'll probably put a footer on it, just like we did the last one. One more div here. And we'll say class equals card footer. And text dash end. We'll say button. And what we'll do is we'll put a fake button on this too as well. It'll look cool. Else class equals. And what I'm going to do here is just hit the same thing, VTM primary. Then, but I can say disabled. I don't try to click on it. And I'll say placeholder. This will style it where it looks like a placeholder. I think this will work. I have problems. Come back and change it. I don't know. Hopefully it works.
Just a heads up for you.
Yeah. I see that right now.
Okay, I was going to say autocomplete did the same thing to me earlier.
Yeah, that's the Copilot button. So
Copilot special.
Yeah, it wants dark buttons. It really wants you to put them dark. Okay. Let's see if it works. And hopefully this works. All right, so let's check it out. So let's add it back into our page here. So I'm gonna go back to our home page here and where I was coding. And because I've got my UIs loaded into my imports, I should be able to find it now. So it's going to say movie card. Okay. So this is going to say is not null. Okay. And I'm going to hopefully enlighten you to something really cool here in a second. If you haven't seen this before. So I've got movie cards coming in here. And so, but if you paid attention, I've got to pass the current movie to this instance of the card. And check this out. To make parameters work, I just say parameter over the inside of my my markup and my component, and it's gonna know about it. I'll find it here. I called it popular movie. Should find it. Maybe not. What did I call it? Or did I call it movie?
It was at the top. It was movie.
Okay, the very top. There it is. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking for it in alphabetical order. All right, so now it's got it. And what I do here is pass it the instance of the movie that I want this one to render, which is this variable right here. In quotes in here, and you put it in quotes just like you would anything else. But if it makes it light blue, you know that I know what instance that is. In fact, if you mouse over it, it says, oh, this is a local variable of type popular movie. Okay, and it's going to pass the movie and all of its associated properties into this component. Now, on the flip side, this one down here, I didn't pass it anything. So therefore, my movie coming in will be null. And if we go back and look at this, I'm checking to see if this is null or empty. And if it's is null or empty, I've done this. Did I do it backwards? Oh yeah, if it's null or empty, right here at the top, it says if the movie is not null, show the data. And then it comes down here and says the else statement. It says, oh, if it is null, then just use this placeholder content. And that's because I didn't pass it a value. This parameter wasn't satisfied. And I said, hey, this can be null. That's what this question mark means. And I check it over here. So let's check it out. And this is the power of components, the power of two-way binding, and everything all roll up into one that makes building these things a cinch. And hopefully it works. Now, oh, did you see that? So if I could slow it down, but like this needs some work right here, obviously. That needs some work. Let's fix that. That's going to bother me, Jacob. All right, so let's go back to our page. And let's just, okay, so H1's not blocked, I guess. So. Actually, it's just in the wrong spot. Put it outside here. I think this will be much better. Did it work? Did Copilot actually work? Hey. Let's just try it one more time. I don't think it did. Nope, blew up. We're hoping that the kind of inconsistencies with hot reload will be fixed tomorrow when the new version comes out. Okay, so now we got popular movies at the top here. And if you look real close, I'll refresh it. You'll see when it's coming in here, the placeholders will come in right there. And then it updates and comes in. Now, for those of you that, man, it's like, so what? I want you to think about what happened here. It basically said, if this is not null, run over these cards. If it is null, run over these cards. And so when this task took like 2 or 3 seconds or whatever to go out to the internet, movies for a minute is null. And so when it loaded, it ran this for loop. And then suddenly this comes back from this async task that just happens to complete. And it goes, oh, you're complete now? Oh, okay, rerun this for each loop now. And boom, our card shows up. Now notice, and this is the power of Blazor, we didn't have to wire this up. We don't have to like do some kind of change state or check state or build some other kind of stuff if this is that. And we just basically return this, get a variable back. And if this variable state changes, Blazor will update the UI in most cases. And in the cases that it can't, there's other things that you can do, but for the most part, this is the magic about Blazor. And that's why I always tell people like, okay, the render modes are cool, but the moment you start building with components and two-way binding, you're hooked immediately, because that is the power of this. This is like the sizzle is that render mode stuff that we're seeing. The steak is building this stuff with components and then really building these responsive UIs. Now, let's do one other kind of cool thing that we can do with this. And let's go back to this component here. And let's think imagine that I wanted to use a third-party JavaScript library. And a lot of people think, oh my gosh, this is like impossible to do inside of Blazor. It's really hard. And because it's hard, I want to adopt Blazor. And I'm going to show you that it's not that bad. All right, so if we want to call Blazor, we can inject the ISJS runtime right inside of this, or the IJS runtime. Right inside it. And what this allows us to do, and we use the word JS you can say JS runtime, whatever you want. We use the word JS. What this allows us to do is to call third-party JavaScript libraries. Because if you can imagine, in WebAssembly, I'm down inside of WebAssembly. I really don't have access to JavaScript. So I have to call back out to make it do things, all right? So that's what I'm going to do. So Jacob, I believe, loaded in, if I go back here and look in JS, this vanilla tilt JS, which is basically if you mouse over it, it kind of makes things kind of move around. It's kind of cool. So I thought, why don't we make our cards kind of tilt? Okay. And so this card, the not null card, we want this to tilt. And so the first thing I've got to do is I've got to get a handle to this element in here. Now in JavaScript, we would say, hey, just put an ID on it and do something like get element by ID. But how do I get a reference to this element inside of Blazor? And this is how you do it. So down here, we're going to create another variable called element reference. Okay. And this is a private variable. And I will call it element reference. And you can name it whatever you want, but I'm going to call it poster card element. And I can call it whatever I want to call it. It doesn't matter as long as it's of this type here. So what this is going to do is actually create an ID on this element that we're looking for so that we can reference it through JavaScript. And so I'm going to come in here and use a C# method, Blazor syntax, and @ref. And then @ref equals, and I got to give it a name. And I've got to say the same name that I called this in here. So I'm going to call that and put this. Did I put it on the wrong one? I did. Make sure I put it on the one that I want to work on. Notice too, I didn't really have to copy it. It just found it for me because it's declared in this code block. So it knows that there's an element that I can put in here. And if I mouse over it, you can see it's called field movie card poster element. So it knows what it is. All right. So now I have a hook that now I can do some stuff with. Okay. So inside this code block, I also have the entire event lifecycle, just like we do on pages, on render, and everything else. So every component has its own lifecycle, which is good. And there's a lot of events that you can look into. And so today we're just going to use one of these. And the one I want to look at is override. This is going to be after everything is rendered. And it's going to be on after render async. It would do it. Yeah, there it is. All right. So on after render async happens after the entire page has been rendered and all the elements are present, or all the elements are present. And so once that happens, I want to be able to do some stuff with it. You also have this Boolean here that says, hey, on this first render, do some stuff here. Now notice here that it thought I wanted to invoke JavaScript, which I do, just not this JavaScript, so which is okay. But right here, when you want to invoke JavaScript, is the name of the function that you want to call, okay? And you just have to know your library. So I know this is called vanilla tilt. This is in their docs, init. I just know that. How to spell it right. So if you had another JavaScript library and it had a different init function, or it had a method you want to call, you'd have to know the name of it. You put it in quotes here. And then for this one, I want to pass it poster card element. Then, because I know how this works, this init function takes an element, and then it also, I can pass it some values. And this is all based on vanilla tint. This has nothing to do with Blazor. This is the JavaScript library. So if you're coding JavaScript, you've probably seen stuff like this where you got to pass it an object to init it. And so what I'm going to do is give it a speed of 300 and a max tilt of 15. So it's like this, and it's just a setup that we can do. So I'm calling the function, I'm passing the element, and I'm passing the object. And this is probably because this is all really JavaScript, but I'm invoking it from my C#. Pretty simple. And then I'm going to call a dispose because what we should do, and then what they said we should do. And let's see here. I think this is right. We'll just run. If I get an error, we'll see. All right. So we'll see what happens here. So now I've got this saved. I changed my component. I'm going to run it, and hopefully I'm hand this back to Jacob with some cool, like, tilty action. Or it's going to blow up, and you have to rescue me again. We don't know what's going to happen. All right, here's the magic. Look at that. It actually worked. Jacob, it worked.
All right. You mean we can run JavaScript in our HTML pages?
We can. And I got a little problem here. Like, I want to fix one more thing before I hand it to you. Like, these are a little tight. So I could probably hit the grid up here. So I'm going to go to my page here and maybe just 3, maybe? What do you think? That's too big.
3 is my favorite bootstrap number. It's always my starting point.
So, I don't know. So this is not null, yeah. I don't know. Let's just try it. So maybe that'll save. I don't think it'll save for me. Let's try to hot load it. Usually for me, I get one little check here. And I get one shot at it. There we go. Now we got it's a little better. Cool. Cool. Nice. All right. So I think I'm done here. I'm going to push, what session we in? 5?
4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4.
Only 16 to go. Like that, and we'll just commit it to master. Push to origin. And I'm out.
All right. I'll pull those changes, see if they work. I do want to just point out to anybody watching that I think it's easy to gloss over what we just did with those movie cards. Those of you who've written a lot of JavaScript, just think about all the code involved of, hey, I got this card. I'm going to bind a new object to it. I'm going to replace what's already there. I'm going to put it on the page. You know, that's like hundreds of lines of JavaScript that we don't even have to think about.
No, man, we just have an if statement.
Yeah.
And then you add in the complexity of doing placeholders. So I have 2 types of components, you know, like, or 2 states of the same component. It's a placeholder. It's not a placeholder. Is it null? Is it not null? And then it comes back and goes, I'll just figure all that out for you. Don't worry about it, Bobby. I got you. Blazor's got you. It'll just change it. We're good. You know,
right,
is it cheating?
Line of code.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. If you like technology, it's not cheating. So
look, if it makes me building that faster, I'm good.
Yeah, it's pretty slick.
Okay.
All right. So next, let's. I didn't wire up the details button.
Okay.
So you might have to do that and make a details page. I didn't do that. So if you want me to do that, I could go make one real quick. But you think you got that?
No. I got that.
Let's make a bare bones one, and then I'll come back and style it.
Okay, that works for me.
All right.
All right.
See you in a second.
Then let me pull my screen up, and let's see. I've taken a look here. Sweet. So all our changes come through. We got our cool tilt. Love that. But our details button does nothing yet. Okay. All right, we can do that. This is pretty cool. So we briefly touched a little bit on routing in Blazor, I think. We can see on our home page. Oh, my Visual Studio's got to catch up. We have this at page at the top that we haven't talked a whole lot about currently. But what this does, this is the really easy answer Blazor has to routing. I know in other frameworks, routing can be a pretty complex subject, lots of choices to be made. In Blazor, it's pretty easy. You say at page and what you want the route of this page to be. And if you don't put an at page, well, then you just have a component that is not routable, but can be put in other pages, which is awesome. So up next, we need to make ourselves a details page. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to add it to our pages folder. I'm going to go ahead and add a new item. This one we'll call movie details, or we'll just call it movie.razor. So this will be the detailed page of a movie, and we're going to go ahead and give ourselves a route. We're going to say it's going to be at page. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, at page, we're going to call it /movie, if I can type in the right box. And what's really cool about these routes is that we can not only have just a string route, /movie will take me to this page, but if I want to see a particular movie, I need to know which one. I need an ID. And it makes it really easy in Blazor to have what we call route parameters. It's already trying to suggest it to me. If you've ever built a web API in .NET, this should feel pretty familiar. I can put these curly brackets here, and whatever comes here in the route after movie and where the ID is will be bound to a parameter for me named ID. And what's even cooler about it is I can say this ID needs to be a particular type, not just anything. If I get a string in here, that's going to be a problem for me. Our popular movies have an integer ID. So we can add a constraint here. We can say this page is routed through /movie and ID, and it must be of type int, which is awesome. And because of the Blazor magic, I can just add myself, just what Copilot's suggesting, a parameter, what we call a route parameter named ID. So just like components, we can pass parameters when we put them into our markup. On a page component, we can also add to our route a route parameter really easily, just as easy as any other route we put in here, which is awesome. So for now, we're going to go ahead and just put in a p tag that says our movie ID is, and because this is a property of our page, we can access it through our Razor syntax really easily. We're going to say movie ID is at ID. And this will give me at least a good starting point to make sure my routing works. Once I see that, once I know that that's working, we're going to go ahead and write our code to get the details of a particular movie. But let's just make sure this routing works. I'm going to take a look at our movie card component, because I know that's where our page is, or our button is for the movie. Uh-oh. Visual Studio is upset with me, but that's okay. It's probably just catching up to the latest changes. Let's do a clean and rebuild, and hopefully that'll help. All right, better. Well, maybe not. We'll take a look at this button here. I know this is our details button, currently routing back to our home page. I want to route to /movie/ and in this part of the route, we need to put our ID, and that's as easy as getting our local movie dot ID. Boom. We're good to go with that one. No, I'm not missing a using directive. So we access that property on our movie model, the ID, so that when we do go to that movie details page, we get that ID here in our route. When I click that, it should take me here, movie /to 500, whatever the movie is. And when our page loads, I should see the ID. So let's give it a quick test. Let's take a look-see and see if this works like I'm promising you it will. And if that works, we'll be well on our way to get a movie. A detailed page about our movies, that is. All right, we got our movies listed here. We'll take a look at Mission Impossible, and nice, movie ID is 575264. I can see that's up in my route or in my URL as well. That's exactly where that's coming from, which is awesome. Let's try it with a different one, make sure we get a different ID. We do, 678512. And one more to be safe, 299054, sweet. So all these movies are taking us to a different ID. The link is the ID of the movie, which means we'll be able to use that in our component, which really means for me, we'll be able to use that in our service method to get details of a movie. So we're well on our way. That's awesome. And if for those of you who have written apps and other frameworks, things like Angular, React, Vue, whatever the case, you know that passing these kind of parameters, like a route parameter, can be a lot more code, sometimes a pain to set up. But here it's as easy as putting in our page route and saying, oh, by the way, I need a parameter, and put that in curly brackets. Awesome. So let's take a look at our details call now so we can get the information we need. Our movies, our popular movies page, or endpoint does give us a lot of information in a movie, or about a movie, frankly, but this details endpoint is going to give us even more details that we can show to our users. And hopefully Bobby can style it up pretty sweet. So as I take a look here, this is the details page. I knew this was coming, so I pulled it up for us. We can take a look at what this response is going to look like. And it's going to have many of the same properties we saw in the popular movies endpoint. Backdrop path, belongs to collection. Some new information like a budget, an array of objects. The genres are home page, another array of objects, production companies, another array of objects, countries. Okay. So this endpoint is looking like it's going to take us a few models. But luckily, just like last time, we have multi-cursor to help us out. We got pasted JSON to help us out. Let's see if we can do it quick. Any good API documentation will give you some example JSON that you can use. And TMDB is no exception. So I'm going to grab that JSON here, head back to our Visual Studio, and let's make ourselves a class for this. We're going to make ourselves a movie details class. And to give ourselves a quick shortcut head start, we'll go ahead and paste as JSON, or paste JSON as class. Or paste special, JSON as classes, boom. And hey, that was pretty good. We got these are all of our arrays of objects. Spoken languages, production countries, production companies, genre. That's awesome. And our root object, which is going to be our movie details. So let's get rid of that. Let's see. Yep, that's good. And now we got a curly bracket. Okay, so I got a movie details. We're gonna have to change all these to our C# naming convention. We can probably do that pretty quick, I think. Let me rename these classes, not production underscore companies, but production companies. Pascal cased. Not production underscore countries, just production just production countries. And get rid of this underscore as well. Boom. And let's see how fearlessly I can use multi-cursor this time. Because for anyone just joining who didn't see it before, in C#, our naming conventions do have meanings to us as developers, and properties should be Pascal case, capitalized, and these are all snake cased. So I'm going to see if we can change that for ourselves pretty quickly. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I will copy that. And we'll do ourselves a JSON property name of whatever the heck I copied. All right, sweet. We'll make sure those are all right when we get to it. We'll add our using statement here. And sweet, now we just got to rename these guys nicely. Oops, backdrop path. And that might be null. Oh, belongs to collection is telling me is an object. I don't think that that's right. Belongs to collection is a string. Oh, a nullable string, to be precise. Okay. Belongs to collection. Budget, easy fix. Genres. Fix our name violation. Make it an empty array. Oh, with a semicolon. Homepage. Homepage, one word. ID. IMDb ID. Language. Get rid of our warnings here. Overview. Popularity. Production companies, production countries. Status, tagline. We've almost made it. Just a couple small class names to fix, and we'll be in good shape. Oops. And origin. Okay, I think we've done it. I'll tell you, anytime we use an API, that this edit, paste special, JSON as classes is a lifesaver. That's going to save me from having to type all this out manually. And I think all these types are okay. Let's just do a quick check. Strings are fine. An array is okay for these things. Oops. It is a good practice most of the time if you have a collection property, something like an array, like we have here, a list, something like that, to initialize it to something empty to avoid no reference errors, just in case there is no value for it. You could make it nullable to be clear that it may be null. But I do think in most cases an empty collection is probably more accurate for what it represents than a null list. If there's no value, then it's just an empty list. But I think an array will do fine for how we're using these. All right, awesome. Now that our data is modeled, let me go ahead and grab this URL here. TMDB wants us to go to movie/movie ID. Hey, that's the same route I used. So let's go to our service, our TMDB client. Well, we're already configured to use our API key. We already made it work one time. Popular movie page response. Beautiful. Let's do another one. Public task of what movie details is what we called it. Might be null. Might not get a response, out of our control. And we'll say get movie details is what we'll call it. And we are going to need an integer ID. And just like before, we're going to make a call using our HTTP client. I'm going to get from JSON, my favorite shortcut, in that it gets the response, attempts to parse it as JSON, returns to the object, which is the same thing I'm going to do to every API call I ever make. So, well, 90% of them. And it needs a route, a URL, which is going to be movie/movie ID. So we can use our template literals and use our parameter. We'll give in an ID. We'll go get that movie and we'll return the result of our fetch parses JSON, turned into this object, return that object. And I think that's all we need. Since we're already using our base URL, api.moviedb.org/3. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Let's head on over to the movie page, not the class, the movie page. This HTTP client's super powerful. If you guys have called an API in JavaScript, you know the pain of either putting it into TypeScript and hoping it gets correct and coercing it, or using vanilla JavaScript and hoping you type the property names right. This will parse it, make sure it's the right type, and give us an exception if not, which is great. And because it's part of my service, I can head on over to my movie page. I can inject that service with just an easy @inject my TMDB client. We'll call it TMDB. And I don't want to add a using statement. Let's update the imports. Using, please move this live.services. I'm not sure how much we talked about it before, but this imports.razor is a super powerful file in that it will automatically bring all of the using statements in here to all of your Razor components, which can really save you on those lengthy using statements you sometimes get in classes or for things you're using all the time. It really saves you time of going back and adding your using statement. So that should fix it for me. It may be maybe my Razor markup didn't catch up. client. Yep. Okay. Let's go ahead and see, because it builds fine. Let's see if we can use it and hope Visual Studio catches up. So just like before, Copilot predicted my thoughts. We are going to use our onInitialized async method. This is what's going to run before our page renders. It's going to go get the movie that we want, and then assign it to a variable for ourselves. But I actually want to make that not a local variable, but a field or property of this page. So we'll go ahead and add that real quick. We'll go ahead and make it our private, so no one else has to see it. Movie details. It is nullable. We'll call it movie details because it's a private field. We can use camel case. We'll use that as our response, or we'll assign our response to that guy. Get movie details async, I see. Looks like Visual Studio caught up to me. Get movie details ID. And I didn't name it async, but I should. So I'm going to go fix that, because this does happen asynchronously. All right, sweet. And it's going to be our ID passed in as a route parameter. Like we said, easy peasy. Got a route parameter. When our component begins to render or run initialize itself, it'll begin this process of fetching our movie details. When they are fetched, it'll be updated on our page. So we can say if movie details is null, we'll just say loading for now. Else, we don't need this movie ID. Let's see if we can do a H1 with the movie details title and the movie details overview, just to make sure this works for ourselves. And again, that's the beauty. We didn't write any code to update the DOM, which is probably about 80% of the JavaScript code that I end up writing. All I did was I said, okay, go ahead and get some movie details. Whenever you got them, we'll wait. Whenever you got them, assign them to this field. And now my Razor markup, my page's code is saying, okay, if movie details is null, if I don't get anything back or it hasn't finished loading yet, show this. Otherwise, show some information from that movie details response if it's not null. And I don't have to write any code for that to happen. Blazor just says, oh, this has changed. Your view cares about what is in this local variable, this field. So therefore, I'll re-render the part that cares about that. So let's test it out. Let's see if it works. Made sure it's not null. Then access the properties. Let's see what we get back. Okay, let's go check out Mission Impossible. Uh-oh, something went wrong. We didn't get the response we thought we would. Let's see. Belongs to collection. Could not be converted to a string. Well, let's take a look. What did we expect to see? And what did we get? Belongs to collection. It is an object, but our example JSON didn't give it to us. So I know that's probably small for you guys, but I could see in my developer tools the JSON I got back. And the example TMDB gave me had null and belongs to collection, but instead there's a JSON object. So let's go ahead and make that. Let's see if we can model that correctly. And then go about our day. That is one of the things that I appreciate anyways of our HTTP client, is that it will tell you if our response was not typed correctly. So let's see, belongs to collection. So let's make a new class here. We'll paste this as JSON. Maybe not. Belongs to collection. Okay. Okay, TMDB. You're giving me mixed signals here. Okay, let's paste that as special. We'll call it a collection. All right, let's rename these guys real quick. And that was our belongs to collection. That is a collection object, the one I just made up, that I should probably actually rename. I think C# uses that name elsewhere. We'll call it a movie collection. All right, let's give it another shot. Even though TMDB told me it was a string, it wasn't. So let's see what happens. Okay, Mission Impossible, I'm coming right back for you. Beautiful. The fact that we made it to this page and we got a movie details object tells me that it parsed correctly. It was it matched our class. So we have all the details in here shown up on the page. Let's try some other movies just to see. Oppenheimer, that's a popular one right now. Sweet. And the Marvels, I know Bobby's going to see that tonight. It's on his urgent to watch list. And that comes back too. Sweet. Okay, I think we got our movie details in there.
Yeah, we got it
along the way. I think we got it. I think so. You can read about FastX now. You know,
right.
not my best work on a front end style, but I think we got our details.
We can make it better, I think.
I think so. I think so. Functionally, mission accomplished, but we can make it pro. What is this? Session 5. All right, Bobby. So I've routed to that page with the ID. I got us the details endpoint. And I've showed a little bit of the details, injected the service for you, so you can at least see details are coming back. And I think that's it. I think it's back to you.
Okay. See if we can get latest here.
And I'll say everything's modeled out, strongly typed in the classes, so it should be easy for you to see what properties are available to you there.
Okay, let me look here, make sure I got it. Movie details object.
That's it.
It's
got a few classes in there, but they're all nested together.
It's a lot. The API is kind of a lot.
Yep.
Okay. So now we've got to do to build out the most complicated page that we've had. So you're still with us. This is going to take a minute. It looks cool, but let me just share it with you and show you kind of what we're going to build here. So we've got our menu layout and we've got this detail page that we want to show. And so the main thing that we want to be able to do is in here, like right here, this is going to be like a poster backdrop that we're going to pull in to put it on the page. And then we'll probably bring in some other data like in here, maybe like the release date, some other data that I come up with, maybe some links to the IMDb page or whatever. But the cool part of this whole thing is we want to take this poster and hang it off the edge there of our backdrop. So that would be the hard part of what we're going to do from the CSS. And while moving the poster is easy, it's just then once you move it, you got to move everything else. So it's going to take us a little bit of CSS to do. Not as much Blazor, more CSS, and on multiple breakpoints. So we're going to have to put some media queries inside this component to actually get it to work on all of them. So we'll try to get through all of that. And then we'll come back and see what else we can do to this. So we're going to be here till we finish. So if you're watching this in the future, get ready for some Bootstrap and CSS, I guess. So let's see what we can get into here. So this is, let's see what we've got here. I always like running after I get it to make sure I've got it. And so Jacob has put in this class in this service for us. And so now let's see kind of what it runs and see what the state of the union is. So we've got a page here and now we've got a page here, but we want to like take this overview and put it on the page, get the poster, get a backdrop going, get the title kind of styled up, and then make it work on all 3 or 4 breakpoints. Mobile, get it working on a tablet, maybe a tablet landscape, and then desktop and beyond. Okay. So let's get to work here. So it should be a lot to do. Now, the thing that's kind of cool about this is if I come over here to this movie page here, this is all done for me. So like, this is kind of what I need. I mean, I got the details and I need to just load it up in here. So it's, at this point now, it's just styling and laying this out. And hopefully that's not lost on you, that this is pretty easy to do. Okay. All right. So we'll keep this loading, loading the movie, something like that. We'll keep this in place here. We'll keep it up there. It's like we have it. We could style this out and do some other stuff like I did before, but instead of putting a placeholder whole visually thing, we'll just do it here. Just know that if I was pushing this out in production, I'd put a placeholder front end together, but it's almost 6. So let's get this done. So I'm sure Jacob wants to eat dinner sometime tonight. All right. So let's take this out. Don't need this anymore. And let's put our page title inside of our if statement. Because we don't have one if it's null. Be details. Dot. Check it out. Title. So when you have all of this stuff modeled out and you've got all of these objects coming in, it makes it really easy to build these things out. So I am going to ignore our buddy Copilot because they have no idea what I'm getting ready to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is first off, we're going to set up our page banner. So we're going to do this in steps so you can kind of see what we're doing. At the end of the day, this is going to end up being a lot of HTML. So let's start off with our div here, and our div is our bigger page. And inside of here, I'm going to give this a class, and we're going to call this Hero BG, lack of a better name. And I'm going to do this kind of trick here. So let me show you how this works. So if you go back and look at CSS, and you're looking at CSS vanilla, so we can go back here to our map, our app CSS here, and you can see here inside this root, we're setting these variables equal to a value. And we do that trick, and then we can reuse that variable anywhere we want, and it pulls out this value. And that's the great thing about CSS variables. Well, what I'm going to do now is do this same kind of trick, but I'm going to do it on an element in an inline style. All right. And there's a reason that I'm using inline style for this. Is because I want this component to modify this style here. And so I'll just say @ and get a little razor code here. And in here, I'm going to also do our template literal. I call it template literals. I think it's called something else actually in C#, but it's the same thing. So we have a $, and now we can put variables inside of this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to say is --bg -image, because what I want to do is set the background image of this div. And I'm going to control this from an isolated style sheet on the back end of this component. And so I can set a value of a variable equal to something, and then it'll set its value in turn into the style sheet. So, it's going to be a URL here. And inside this, actually inside here, we can say HTTPS, and we got to know how to get images. So I'm going to just type this up, and it's tb.org/t/p/original. For backdrops, the other ones are like 500 and 750. This is just original. This is like, and there's different paths for different types, but we're going to use the original backdrop for this. And TMDB kind of like creates these for us. And then in here, now drop in a variable. This is why I did it on the front end, because I can say movie details dot. Okay. So to see how this would work, we've got to set up our cascading style sheet, or our cascading style sheet on the back end of this. So let's go back in here, and let's add a style sheet to this movie page here. So now I can say add new item. It's going to be a style sheet. And I'll move this over so you can see. Again, we got to name it the same. So we'll say movie razor.css. If I did it right, it's going to show up here. Okay. And so now this is where we're going to do a lot of our work in this isolated style sheet. And this is what I'm kind of really digging about isolated style sheets is, before I would either create a separate style sheet just for this, or I would end up with a 10,000 line CSS style. And while you can say control find, it becomes kind of unwieldy in one file. And here we can go look at this page and see the styles that apply to this page. Now I named that style that I just created a hero background. And the reason I called it hero is the old school of like, used to be called heroes, but it's really just a background. And we want to set the background image of this div. I'm going to say background -image, and then I can say, watch this, --bg -image. So I'm dynamically setting that variable that I created in the inline style, just like I would if it was in the root. And if you didn't know you could do that, now you do. Kind of cool. And they just got to be spelled the same. I'm just double checking to make sure I spelled it right. Okay. And I did. All right. So if it's not working, now that I have this background image, instead of putting all of this code, you probably think, why don't you just make an inline style? Could have, but I'd have to have this really long string in that style. And now I just wanted, the only thing I needed was an image. And now from back here, I can set these other styles that I want to do. It's a little bit cleaner to put it in the style sheet back here instead of putting everything in the inline style. But this is a good use for inline styles. And we're going to background position this to cover, and then we'll see if it's going to background repeat it. Sometimes you're waiting on Copilot to help you, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Then we're going to arbitrarily set this min height to 400 pixels. So we want it not full page, kind of half-ish. And we just made up this number. So there's nothing special about it. We just know kind of how big we want it to be. So it'd be like this tall. So you can play with this. You can make it full screen if you want a full screen backdrop, whatever you want to do. But we're going to make it like half screen and then move that poster down, make it kind of a cool effect like it's hanging off the edge of it. So a little overlapping. Okay. So we got our style here and we've got it set up. So let's work on this a little bit more. So I've got this hero background. This will drop an image in here and boom, set it to 400 pixels. And then in here, I'm going to make another class here. And this is going to be what we're going to call the movie container. And there's a reason we're doing this too, because what we want to do is we want to blur this background. Okay. And so we're going to create a div here that we can set values on that impact its parent. So we got this background of an image that'll be sharp and in focus. And then we want to use some CSS here to blur that background. So it's kind of, it doesn't dominate our text that we're going to write on top of it in here. So if we go back to our style sheet here, we can add in a new style here. I think I called it hero container. Hero. We'll check that just to make sure. That's what I called it. Sometimes I spell things wrong, and you can look at it, especially going live. As earlier, you're looking at stuff forever, and you're like, it's just a pound sign. Okay, I'll never live it down. So we're going to set this one to match the height of the element before it. So just make sure that if you're trying to do this at home, know that these two things are kind of in sync. And this is just a layer over that. But because of the way backdrop filters work, it has to be a child layer to set it. You can't set it directly on the other layer. Okay. So we're going to say width 100%, height is 100%. And so it'll be directly positioned over this. And so we'll say position is relative. Loop or relative. Then we're going to do our little backdrop filter here. So we're going to say backdrop filter. There we go. And we're going to filter blur it. And you can play with this if you want to. Pixels seem to work. You could make it 2 if you want it super blurry. We'll make it 2. And then we're going to dull it down. We'll hit brightness and we'll make it 50% less bright. If you don't like this, if it's too blurry or if it's too dark or not light enough, you can change these. Then margin bottom on this, and we'll make it 2 rims. So that may know push this down and then a little 2 rows underneath it. So we'll make it blurry. Okay. Should work cool. No errors so far. All right. So now let's go back to our page and see what other things we can do to it. If we can get some data in here and so really start working on it a little bit. So the next thing I want to do is I've got my background and I've got my effect on the background, the blurred container. And now I'm going to make another div, and this is going to be actual data that I want to put in here. And this container is, again, we're going to be XXL. So everything else, movie content goes here. Everything's going to flow into this container, and everything else around it is just like make an edge-to-edge background, blur it, and now let's put our actual titles and maybe the poster path, things like that. Okay. Okay, so we've got 2 sides to this. We've got a poster on one side, and then the other side, we've got our title. Okay. So what we're going to do is here, we're going to use Flexbox for this. So I'm going to deflex this column here, and everything under it's going to be flexed. And then we're going to say be a column on mobile, up and down, and then in tablets and above, the row side to side. So we'll put a poster on the left and our detail title on the right, and then we'll stack them over top each other on mobile. That's kind of our base setup here. And if you come to Coder Foundry, you'll know that we do a lot of this kind of layout with pages a lot, and this becomes old hat after a while, that you start thinking in terms of columns and rows, and that's how my mind I have it. And you also, as I showed you, it's a really good idea to draw these things out beforehand, and that way you can sort of plan out your columns and your rows and how it's going to lay out. It makes it a lot easier to do instead of just start typing. Okay, so in here, let's make a div here. This is our first div, and we're gonna this is going to be our title. Okay, so let's just change this title content. And this will just be the title to the movie, and then we'll put the poster right under it. Okay, and then in here, we're going to say, let this one grow. Okay, so make this title as wide as it can be, and then shrink it around the poster because this has more text, things like that. And inside of here, we're going to flex inside of here as well. And this is where we're going to have a title and all these types of things. And so allowing us to flex this allows us to align the items in here. Center. And then we'll justify content, and we'll end it. Actually, center it. And then on the bigger ones, and to make sense, so we get some content in there. So that's looking pretty good. So basically, and now I want to lay up my title in here. So I'm going to make a div, another div. Okay, and this is, we'll give this a class, and we'll just call this title dash container. Now notice what I'm doing here is I named them all the same. So I had hero background, hero container, title container, little dash. It's just a naming convention I followed for this component, and it seems to work pretty good. Okay, and then we'll, on mobile, we'll center it, or else we'll shove it to the end. Okay, so I'm going to try to put an H1 in here. And we'll start with here. We'll say text dash state. And here, watch this. Movie details dot we're in here. Here it is. Okay. Notice I didn't have to know anything about the endpoint. I don't even have to know anything about TMD itself. Jacob did all that work, and that's kind of cool. And then I'm going to stack another H2 in here. Make sure it's light as well. We could have classed these in our own class and set it to our style, but I think white works really well because we know that our background's going to be dark. And details dot tagline. Boom. Cool. Then stop there. Let's see kind of what we got. We don't have our poster yet, but let's just see if this is working. Should work. See? I don't know. There we go. So now I've got that blurred poster back there, and I've got Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. In our testing, the reason we're using this movie is because it has like the longest movie name ever. And then this is the, we all share the same fate. You notice it's bringing my font in because we fonted those up in the very beginning in our root style sheet. We could change this if we want. I'm going to leave it like it is. Okay, so let's put some more information in here. We could put maybe the release date, maybe the runtime, maybe some voting. Like there's, and it gives you stars, and that's based on people who voted for it. So let's see what we can do there and see if we can get some more information out of this details to add it to the page. Okay. So here I'm going to continue to work inside of this div because this is our container, and that reason we wrapped it is because this container can move around like a box inside of this one half of this page, and that's why we wrapped it. So I'm going to put all of my stuff inside of here. First thing I want to do is figure out if it has a release date. So I can write an if statement, and you've seen me look at release date before and how we did it before. We're going to do the same thing again. .NET for the win here. We have date time parse, and we can say try parse, and we just give it movie dot release date. Okay, cool. And then here we have an out parameter. See what I'm going to do with this in a second. It's kind of neat. Time, and we'll call it release date. So what this is going to do is going to try and parse this release date. And if it does, it sticks it in this variable. And then I'm going to use this variable. Okay. If it doesn't parse it, this will be null and this line of code won't run. So it'll just remove this line of code. And that's why I'm putting it on its own line here. So I'm going to say span. And we're trying to make a badge here. This badge comes from Bootstrap here. And ME2, spread it out, and we'll give it a background. Just using the Bootstrap stuff in here, and I can say I can use that out variable from this if statement here. So it's a really powerful feature and more advanced than what we're doing here, but kind of cool. I mean, like when you're bringing in all of .NET and you have all of those features, it makes building UIs, where this would be a problem with JavaScript otherwise. You'd have to write some other code or whatever. And I'm not really having do a lot of code. It's like really kind of easy. Then I can just pass in what I've been doing all day, which is mm dd and that's our that's how we want to have like month, day, year for it. Okay, so that is datetime for the release date. And then it's trying to do runtime for me. Except I don't want to do that. I could, but that's not very good. So I'm going to calculate the runtime because I want hours and time and stuff like that. Runtime here. And that's going to equal, and I'm going to, little math problem. I look at this Copilot already did it for me. Runtime divided by 60, and then the mod 60 gives me hours and minutes. Copilot for the win. All right. So I'll just keep that. Okay. And then I'm going to get a rating here. Same thing here. Close, but I'm going to multiply it by 10 because I know what the number is coming back. So this is a percentage coming back. Multiply it by 10 instead of saying 0.74. I'll get 74%. Like that. And I can do something like toString maybe. Yeah. All right, let's do this a different way. I was wrong. And let's do it like this. And try. What? I think that'll work. We'll check it out here in a second. All right. So I need to put this in an add statement. That's why it's not compiling. Razor code. There we go. Now we're cooking. I've calculated a couple of variables just like I would in C#. And now, yeah, my badge. Yeah. Look at that, Copilot. Do it again. Thank you. I'll take it. All right. So what I'll do is I'll give these different colors. Dark, and maybe this will be success. So the rating can be green, like that. And then I think I could put some stars beside this, so like 74 stars. I think that's kind of like they give it rank. I don't know. So I'll just put an icon here. Class equals BI. I have to do this. I don't know if this will look good or not, but we'll see. So now there's some stars inside of an icon here. So we'll put it all in there, like that. Okay. Right. So one more thing that we could put in here is detail stat. There's no movie detail stat. See, that's where Copilot's just kind of wrong. What I can do here is I'm going to put some links, like the IMDb page and its website in here. So I'm going to have, and I'm going to make another div in here, and I'll say class. I know I'll probably have to style this, so I'm going to go ahead and make one. But don't use it. And inside of here, I'm going to put a link side by side, maybe some buttons or something. I don't know. We'll see. Make this up here. And then justify content center. And then MD end. All right, so that's going to push it to the end on tablets. Center this in the middle here. Maybe put a little padding around it. That's what happens. If it's got a home page, so we'll say if I use the not sign there, it is null or empty. If it's not, then we'll say movie details dot it's homepage. Yes, homepage. Yeah, the homepage is the homepage if the movie has a website, and it'll be in here. And if it is, just put a div in here. And I'll take it because I don't feel like typing anymore. And let's see here. I'll change it. So I know that this URL here is the whole URL for the homepage. And outline light. Let's go rounded hill. Okay, and then we'll take icon out. And hold on. Wrong key there. And website. It works. You ever feel like when you're coding, you just hope it works? It's the way I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling panicked that this ain't gonna work. It didn't work. And we'll do the same thing, and I'll be done with this one side here. Okay, Copilot, I'll take it. Wow, I knew that. Okay. I'm going to do warning here. Yellow, because IMDb is yellow. Okay, combine work. This is kind of crazy. I don't know if you're watching this, Jacob, that it knew that IMDb is different.
I muted my mic, but I said out loud, I said, that's crazy. That's the right URL.
That's the right URL. That's Copilot's it's kind of cool.
That's something.
All right. Yeah. And it knew that I was trying to make a button and copied the style from up here. That's pretty cool. And it knew when to want to call it too. So it knew it like it was IMDb. Whatever. Sometimes, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Sometimes you want to keep it around, you know? Copilot's fighting for its life out here.
Yeah. All right. So let's run it, see what we got. And this is the longest page and the most complicated page that we're going to build. I would say this is kind of teeters on the sort of the advanced side, but hopefully it works. Look at that. So we got some buttons. We got a pills with July, whatever. We could probably make these bigger. That's really small. But you know, if I zoom in here, you can see kind of it made some pills there. So, but I'm not going to fight with that for now. I mean, like, let's get this thing done. So like, that's kind of cool. So this is all the information you want here. Now I need the poster over here, and then I just need the overview down here, and I'm kind of done. kind of cool. It's not centered like I want in the page. So let's see if I can work on that. I must have did something wrong there. So let's see here. So I have my title container. Okay, and then this is justify content center, align center, align item center. I don't know what I did wrong. End, align item center. Should push it down. We'll work on that later. Let's get everything else done, and then I'll work on this container and see kind of what's going on. So we can probably collapse this for now. And this is our title container. And then we have a deflex align items, and this should be moving it down, but it's not. But maybe I just need to adjust this in the title container probably. We can work on it later. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so I've got this div here, but this is the container over everything. And then I've got this div here that just holds my title container. And so what I want to do is make another div that I'm flexing across. And this is going to hold my poster, okay? So I'm going to put another div right here. So now I have two divs in here, and that's going to hold my poster. Now it knows, look, it's like reading my mind. It knows I want to put the poster in there, but I'm not going to do that quite yet because there's other stuff I got to do. And then I'm going to say div, and I'm probably going to have a poster container here because I'm going to move this thing around. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm flexing these two divs. Then I'm controlling this div, inner div, with this container that just holds the poster. Okay. So we need to check here to see if our poster path is in fact null. We'll do it again. Kind of what we've been doing here. And I'll say if string is null or empty. And we'll say movie details. Let's add another one here. Poster path. Write an image statement here. So it's null or empty. Let's go ahead and put in our placeholder because we have seen it sometimes when we've in testing that sometimes movies don't have posters. And so we just know doing this over the years, you got to be fault tolerant. So that's why we do this stuff, the placeholders, because it looks ugly. What you want, you're demoing something. Trust me when I say this. If you're just like, they'll never see that, they will. That's the one search they'll do, the one that's broken on the movie that doesn't have a poster yet. Did it again. So like, it's kind of cool. I don't think we can have a, so this is valid. I don't know what I was thinking here. I don't think this is valid for an image. Just okay. So TP 1500 movie details, alt movie poster path. I will take it. Copilot for the win. Okay, so let's look and see what it looks like now. And now we should have our poster path, and then we can take this and just kind of work with our CSS a little bit to see if we can get it to work. And then we're almost done. We're almost home here. So we got a poster. It's ginormous, okay? And then we've got this thing right here. You know, it's also on the wrong side of the page. That's a problem. So maybe if we can flip it around, see if we can do that with our flex box. And then let's see if we can control its size. Okay. Now it is going in there. So notice too that like sometimes the backdrops aren't the same as the poster and sometimes they are. And so we just rely on the, see that's got a different backdrop and then there's a different poster here. So it just depends on what they're doing, you know. And if you were really dialing this in, maybe you could, they do have more than one backdrop. And so maybe that's something you want to play with. But for now, this is going to work for us. Our backdrop and our poster are kind of real similar, but that's okay. All right, so let's see if we can move this around. Let's get rid of it. And so we do have a poster container here, okay? But we have this wrapper div here. So the wrapper div is what's being impacted by this flex column. And so we can, for this one, we can say order on mobile last. This is what's kind of powerful, some of these built-in flex statements here. And then we can say on medium breakpoints, which is tablet and above, make it first. And that's going to flop the order of this div. And so I don't have to necessarily type in the order I want because sometimes I want it first, sometimes I want it last. And then deflex this whole thing. And let's see, let's justify. Let's try to get it in the middle of its div. Okay, let's run that. You'll see what I did there. I like our slow jam here, Jacob.
I know. I don't know how much they can hear it on the stream, but I've been over here grooving to it.
It's in my ear the whole time. And so now, you know, so this is like a standard tablet or whatever. And so it's like, you know, it's moving around, It's going to like go and it's going to flip here in a second. See, it's going to flip. And that's kind of what we want, you know, so pretty cool. Now, some of these breakpoints are irrational, what I call irrational breakpoints when you squeeze it like this. And so really breakpoints are kind of concrete. You know, so like, but we can also dial this in with breakpoints if we want. And so that's not totally bad. I mean, but it's not great, but like, you know, it's not awful. You know, we can make it better, I think. So this needs to be smaller in there. And then it needs to be pushed down a little bit, but you know, it does work at this point, you know, and I'm sure if you made it smaller and just stuck it in the middle, no one's going to do getting what I'm getting ready to do. And this could be a winner, even that, and just put your overview on the bottom. But at Coder Foundry, we want to do better, and we can do better. Let's work on it a little bit more. So I want to work on this poster container, and maybe we can work on moving it down a little bit. So poster container. Now I'm going to pick a size that I think it works, and then if it doesn't work, we'll adjust it. I'm going to set that, it's already asking me to put some stuff in here, but I'm going to ignore Copilot for that. It has no idea what I want. It's just trying to be helpful. We're going to set the max height 24 rem. Why did we do that? Because kind of 200 pixels. So, but you know, whatever. We're also going to set the aspect ratio of this. And if you didn't know this existed, this is something that I saw a while back. Like, oh, I didn't know you could do that to images. And so we want to make sure this is in a thin poster format, regardless to the height. Okay. And then we're going to position this one. Still going to be relative. We played around with some other stuff, but we like it relative. It seems to work pretty well. And then put a box shadow on this. I'm actually going to copy this in for my favorite box shadow, We should probably put this in the theme style, just to let note to self. Ought to be like box shadow is / box shadow, but because I like it. Then I can round this. Yeah, exactly. You know, and then there's like all of these box shadow sites. You know, Jacob, it's kind of cool.
I think I have a style sheet somewhere with like 5 different box shadows in it.
Yeah,
I can copy that over.
We can give them names: cool, cooler, super cool. You know, we can name them like ice cream Bobby's favorite. Jacob's go-to
chip box shadow.
Yeah, that's it. And so I've got a margin that I want to put around this. So that border radius I was just did, I'm rounding the order. I'm rounding the full, just rounding this square. And then I want to put a margin around it. And so margins go from top, right, bottom, left. It's like a clock. You always think of it in the clockwise. And so it starts out. And so the margin on this top, we want it to no margin up here. We want it to be 0. But on the left and right, we're going to put 2 rem. Now, rem can be, think of it as line break every time. So if you thought of like a line coming down and you went 2 lines over, that's kind of what we're doing. So I'm going to just do 2 rem. Two rim bottom and 2 rim left, or yes, left. No magic to this. Here's the magic. Okay, let's look at this and I'll come back and do the magic. All right.
Yeah. Too many semicolons.
Yeah, way too many, man. I got too happy on that thing, man, didn't I?
Nah, we were having fun.
It's probably going to blow up because I don't think it had time to I changed it while I was compiling. Let me try that again. I'm going to attempt to use, all right, cool. All right, so now we have our movie. It's still kind of big. I thought it'd be smaller, but like, you know, maybe I spelled this wrong. Let's make sure that poster can, oh. All right, so a container has a max height. And now what I need to do is actually size the image down. So I'm going to say container, then I'm going to set the image height to it. And I'm going to say max width is 100%. So it can't break the container. Then the other thing that I want to be able to do is max height, 100%. Then I'm going to say object fit cover. And what this is going to do is size it to that max. Come on, man. Copilot is now it's messing with me. So, all right. Now, what this is going to do, this is going to set this height to this container, the max height it can be. And then this is going to be 100% and cover it. And because of that, I'm hoping that'll make it fit to the size that I want. All right, let's see if that worked. We'll save that and hit our change. No code changes were found. Of course not. So we'll rerun it. If it's not there, I need to check to see if my style has, if I spell poster container correctly. It could be a problem. There we go. All right. Still not rounded. I'm not sure why it's doing that. All right. But that's our poster of the size that we want now. So now we are sizing this inside its container. And it's looking kind of cool. But now we can move this thing down. So check this out. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to transform, and then I can translate the Y, which is the up and down. Then I'm going to just say 50% of whatever its container is. No matter what breakpoint I'm on or how big that thing is, it'll just say, oh, half of that, and move it down. And I save this, and we'll see if it changes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It did, changed it. Cool. Didn't have to hot reload. That's kind of what we want. So now we've got our poster kind of doing. That's kind of cool. And then if we move it around, it's going to flip like that. We've got a little problem here. We'll address that down here, okay, in our content area. But that's looking kind of cool, kind of nice. All right, kind of cool. Kind of looks like the drawing. We probably could work on this font size a little bit, maybe, but we'll see. Okay, let's get our overview in here. We want our overview right here, and then we're kind of done with this thing almost. All right, so let's go back to our component, and let's look at where this would go. So I do collapse things quite a bit so I can figure out where I'm at. So I've got this title container, and then I've got this poster container here. And let's see here. And then just, actually, this is easy. I just want the overview just right under this whole thing. So we're just going to do it the whole thing here. Let's say class. I'm going to put this in a container here. And to make this look good, just note that I'm matching the container sizes above here. So I'm matching it with this one. Okay, so this container needs to match this one at the same breakpoint. And these breakpoints are fluid, which means they go out to the side, and then our title's in the middle. And I want this overview to be sized with our poster and our titles in here. Okay. All right. So in here, we're going to put another div. All this overview. I'm sure we're going to need this. And let's see, put a B tag, and then at movie details, and not overview. We have an overview here. Boom. Then okay, I could stop there. Let's put one more div in here. May add some more stuff to this if we have time, but I do know that we can put spoken languages. I think that's one thing that we can put in here that's coming from here. And we can say movie dot details. Spoken language. Something cool to add. Not any. Does it have anything? We don't know. I just want to show you that we could bring in some stuff that's kind of cool. All right. And so these spoken languages are coming back as an object. There's an array of these guys. But check this out. This is just show you some advanced things that you can do with this. Because we have C# on our front end, which is like really, really powerful. All right, so I'm going to say languages. Languages at string at join. It's kind of similar to what you would see in JavaScript. Okay, so I'm going to join all the languages. I'm in a limited list. Come back. Space. And I'll say movie details. We're just not going to do this because this is an array. There it is. And then this gets complicated, Jacob. What I'm going to do here is like there's some foreign languages in here like Arabic and Chinese and whatever, and we're going to be biased here. We're just going to get the English name. The cool thing is all of this object here is built into this object here, which is, so it's totally discoverable what I had to do. So I didn't have to go back and look at the object. I knew that I wanted the English name, but I knew this was an array of values. And then this is allowing me to filter that array. And then whatever filters come back, join it into a common delimiter list. I think that's hot, but I don't know if anyone else does, but see what it does. I think it's cool. All right, so this should be at the bottom, and then I think we can dial in our UI, and then we're kind of done. I think I pretty much got everything in here. If we have time, we may add some genres. I don't know yet. A lot to do still. Okay, so we got our languages in here, and then we have our overview here. But kind of sucks. I mean, it's behind the poster because we pushed the poster down, and the poster isn't supposed to be there. Okay, it's not. So what we need to do is calculate the width of this poster and offset that width and push this to the right, and then we're looking good. All right, so we can do this in our class here in our CSS. So let's go back to our CSS here, and what did we call it? Movie? Did we just call it overview? Okay, overview. And let's go back to our class here, and let's create one called overview here. And we'll just show you that you can do math. Kind of cool, right? So margin, and then so that poster, so that poster is 24 rims tall. But it also, we set this aspect ratio because then we could defer its size. And so what is 2 divided by 3? Okay. No one can answer, but if you did that at home, we can calc that. And so it's a 24 rem, and notice that I know that's the width, and I'm going to multiply that by 2 divided by 3, which is the mark of the beast. Then what I can do is add a little padding for support here, plus 4 rem. Making up something here, but that could be 4 rimmed out. Then let's give it a margin top of 2 rem just to make sure that it doesn't doesn't run into stuff. All right. Okay, let's see what it looks like.
I think missing a closing parenthesis right after 4 rem.
I see that. Thank you.
Yeah, just to save you the hot reload grief.
Jacob is my co-pilot. He's my GitHub co-pilot. He's ChatGPT 5. You just don't know it yet.
Anyone else needs a co-pilot, I'll give you the monthly rate.
Yeah. All right, so that didn't work, so it's not loading, so we'll just run it again and get back in here. Got a little work to do. I can tell you that this ain't going to work on all breakpoints. We'll work through that here in a second. But this big breakpoint that we were working on, just to show you kind of how it could work. And then we'll work on it and what else we can do. Okay, that didn't do anything. Okay. Sometimes. Okay, I've done something wrong here. So I don't know what I've done. I know one problem I have is that this thing should be underneath this all times. I don't know why I did that, but it's different now. Fix why I didn't do it, but then let's just make sure that these column themselves. We'll put a div around this just to make sure that it should be black. I don't know, man. Yeah, we're good. I think I'll check the Jacob. I'll check the see if it's getting loaded into the style sheet. It should be.
Yeah. Well, you know, I guess it's a good sign if the hardest part about Blazor is CSS.
It always is, right? There it is. Okay. This is a good debug session. You always check to see kind of like if you're watching like
Oh, I guess we have a syntax error.
Do I?
Yeah. Something with the margin left. It's crossed out.
Okay. There you go. Thinking. All right. So I did do something wrong. All right. Fix it for me, Copilot. Now I want Copilot to do everything. Margin left calc.
24 times. Is it just because of that plus? Is it just because there's no space?
That's got to be it. I will say CSS, these calc things are kind of very super finicky. That's probably what it is.
That's CSS for you.
Yay.
That's it.
That's it. All right. So we moved it over. It looks good on this, but it's going to look bad on this. I can tell you it's going to look bad on this. And so over here, it needs to fill the page over here. And so enter breakpoints, and we need to code some up real quick, and then we're done with this thing. Notice here too, what's kind of cool. Look how this that little select statement in that array coming back. So if you've used map or spread functions or things like that, you can do that inside of an object too, right inside of C#. It's kind of cool. All we got to do now is fix this, and I think we've got this thing cooking. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Let's see if we can get it to work here. So what we want to do is break it here small, and then we'll look at big and see if we can do that. So in our style sheet. So let's work on that. All right. So up into this point, I don't have any breakpoints. So all of these are going to be kind of like our default styles, and that's how we design style sheets, which is mobile first, which means when I build a media query, it's going to be minimum width up, okay, instead of max width backwards. So this will always work at mobile level unless I override it. So that's our kind of our way of thinking media queries here. And so I'm going to write a media query here. And I'm going to start at 992. Okay, and 992 is like a really large, it's kind of a desktop. All right, so we'll start here. And this is a pretty simple syntax. You'll have it memorized after you do a couple million. And if you go to Bootstrap has some published media queries. And the reason we use Bootstrap media queries is because if I type MD on something, I want these media queries to correspond when that breaks typically. And so if you're using Bootstrap and you're writing media queries, you want to use their breakpoints because you're using the breakpoints in their other kind of classes. So you kind of want to use the ones that they have, okay? All right, so what I want to do is I want to take this overview and I want to put it right here in this breakpoint, and then I want to set the default for mobile for this. So probably for mobile, I don't want to left it at all. And I know that half of that page is going to be over it. So that's half of 24 is 12. So if I set this to 12, and I know that margin already has should have a top on it or something, or a margin bottom. We'll see. That should work. If not, we'll adjust it a little further. Boom. Check it out. Kind of cool. We could probably put a margin on the bottom of our overview class, but that's kind of cool. So now when it goes out here, it works pretty good. Okay. Pretty neat, right? But what we do here a lot is we spend our time using these developer tools here. And once this comes out, we use this button here to toggle the devices. So I'm going to pull this over here. And so this is iPhone. So we can look at it on an iPhone Pro, and you can look at the width here, 390 by 884 down, and you can hit the landscape. Okay, that works. It could go up here, but it works. Okay, we could adjust that maybe. I think it's going to be fine. And then we go to an iPad, that kind of works. And then we flip it over here, that does work. And that kind of works. That kind of works. Kind of works. I'm going to call it done at this point, Jacob. There's a lot more we could do. But, you know, we could be here all day messing around with it. And I might actually work on it some more. And if we release, I think we're going to release this repo. So you may get some more or less styles in there. But in general, you know, kind of works. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, you know, especially with the longest movie title known to man,
Yeah.
you could break this layout one way or the other, but
Yeah, it seems to work pretty good. And then I'm just looking at this overview. It's okay. I mean, we could like calculate this one and put it up there for this breakpoint, you know, or something with like this breakpoint plus landscape or something like that. But
yeah.
I think it looks pretty good. Honestly, though, if anyone's watching from the school, they'll probably say, "Bobby, you wouldn't accept that. You would make me go change these." You're probably right.
You're right.
But so it's okay. It's in the ballpark at this point. We could add like 4 or 5 other media queries and make it better. And maybe I'll go back and do that. But I'm going to hand this off to you now. I'm going to push this back to you. And then could we do one more thing? We think we could add genres to it and just have a genre selector? Or do you want to do paging? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we can do genres, we can do pages, either one. I think paging is probably between the two more necessary.
Yeah, let's do paging because honestly, we only can see this many movies here, you know?
Yeah.
Because there may be something after the URI surgical strike that I just have to see. So
you want to see the 21st most popular movie.
Yeah, exactly. So let's add a paged component, and then we'll call it a day. We'll form. So let me push this to you, and I'll push this to you, and we'll add one more feature to this. It'd be kind of cool.
Sure.
We'll call it a day. Session 5 or 6? Doesn't really matter.
6, maybe?
Yeah, I guessed at 6. Okay, it's pushed.
All right, let's see what I can get. Sweet. All right, let me pull it. We'll run it and we'll do some paging. We'll add a new component. We'll change how we call our API, and we'll be rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I've pulled the changes. I know we've seen Bobby do it a few times. I know I agree. Always run it just to make sure that everything pulled right. And we got a working code base before I start changing it. But let's see. We're running. Got our details. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Let's do some paging. All right. Let's see. First things first. Let's make sure we can call the API correctly. If we can call the API and get the right data, then we can code around it and make a UI for it. So I've got here our TMDB API page for the popular movies endpoint. And it doesn't give me, well, let's see. I don't think it works correctly if I page it, but let's give it a shot. Telling me it's a query parameter, so let's give it a shot. Let's see if that works. If not, we can go about it a different way. But supposedly I can ask for page 2. That's easy to do. A query parameter. Let's go to our TMDB client. We've got already written some code to get me popular movies. It's the movie/popular endpoint. But now I need to get a particular page back, which means I need to take a parameter. And we'll say int page. It's an integer. Can't have half a page. So we'll receive a parameter. One of the cool tricks you can do for paging, at least I like to do it, not necessary right now. This will break my code because our home page is calling this method, and I'm not passing in any parameter, so my code won't compile. But what I can do to be kind to others, if this were a larger project, more than just me and Bobby were working on it, we're using this often, I can give this a default parameter of 1, which means that this is now a optional parameter. And my code won't break. It'll happily compile, it'll get called, and if I don't pass a parameter, we get a 1 back as a page, which is awesome. So now I got to do a little bit of work before I get started, before I plug it in there. First, I want to validate this page number. I want to make sure that my page is at least 1. You know, things could go wrong, in which we might call, try to ask for page 0 or -1. So I'll say if page is less than 1, then instead page equals 1. I will also check for our max value. I know, because we've used TMDB a few times, if you guys have come to our in-person class, especially recently, we've been building a project with TMDB. And I know that they only support paging up to page 500. If you want to see more than the 500th page of popular movies, I don't know what to tell you, that's unpopular movies, but we're going to make sure that we get a maximum of 500. So if my page is over 500, it has to equal 500. Just because I know TMDB is going to give me an error if I ask for page 501. So we'll just double check those coming in, make sure we get sane data. And then we'll go in here and we'll say, okay, I want to get movie/popular, and my query parameter is going to be page equals, we use our interpolation here, equals page, my parameter. Let me double check that, make sure my syntax is right. Yep, and page equals 1, so that's right. Sweet. If you're not familiar with query parameters calling an API, you can also see them in MVC apps if you are getting a page with parameters, route parameters. It's your URL followed by a question mark, a name equals a value, and then if I had more, we'd separate it with ampersand, and you can just trail parameters on there as a query parameter. It's part of the URL. And in fact, we'll use these here in just a second. But I think that's it. I think that works, or I hope that works. We're going to test that real quick. We'll see if we get different pages or results here. Before we build the UI, we'll just make sure our service method works. But in here in our TMDB client, we've done it. We've accepted a parameter, made sure we have valid inputs, added it as a query string, and let's go back to our home page. Beautiful, beautiful. So as we can see, we're calling our service. We injected it, called it TMDB. We called it with no parameters, and it's still perfectly happy to do it because we gave it a default parameter. So just to see what we get with page 1, I'm going to change it to that. We're going to change it to page 2 in a moment, and make sure we get different data back. And as long as we do, then we're in good shape to go ahead and create our UI. But let's see what we get for page 1. Okay, just like we've been seeing, Mission Impossible, all the way down to Yuri the Surgical Strike. Okay, let's try it with page 2 now. We'll see if our hot reload is our friend today. We'll ask for page 2. So I'm going to change this parameter to a 2. We'll attempt to hot reload, see if these changes go through. Nice, okay. All right, let me refresh the page. Sweet. All right, new movies. elemental, etc., etc. Sweet. Okay, so we've got new movies. I can see that my code works correctly. Now I just have to make it a way for our user to be able to change this page easily. And just like we did with the movie details, we had a route parameter. When I hit this details, it takes me to /movie/ID. We're going to do the same thing for paging. We're going to make it such that when we page, we use a query parameter, just like we did on our API call. So let's do it. First things first, we need to make some buttons for paging, and then add those to our page, or add that component to our page. And I do like this component that it's actually reusable across projects. I've already used this same component in a few projects. So let's go ahead and make one. We'll add to our UI folder a new component. It's going to be, I'll call it a paginator. .razor, and sweet, that'll give us a good start. I like to put it in a component just because there's a little bit of logic involved in when you can press next page, when you can't, disabling and enabling different buttons, and well, you can do it at the page level. I just think it's easier to kind of break this problem out into its own component. And along the way, we'll see a pretty cool technique how we can use event callbacks in Blazor, which is really cool too. But first, let's write our HTML, and this should be pretty easy. Well, let's get our parameters in here. This component is going to need a current page to know what page we're currently on. And I'm going to put in another attribute here called editor required. And what's cool about this, it won't stop your code from compiling. It'll still run if we don't provide this parameter, but it will provide within Visual Studio a warning. It'll say, hey, this component expects a current page and you did not provide one. So it makes it easier for other people to use your components, easier for you to use your own components. If you're like me, it's in a different file. I don't remember what parameters are there. So it's a hint to myself too. But to page, we need to know what page we're on. We also need to know the total pages to go through. That's important. We can say page 1 of 500 or however many pages. And that's it for now. We're going to add another one here in a minute, but that's it for now. To make this component, what I want to do is I want to get a div where it's centered and it has 2 circular buttons, an arrow forward and arrow backwards. And then in the middle, for now, we'll just say current, page 1 of 50 or 2 of 50 or whatever the case is. So to make sure it's centered, I'm going to give myself a div with a deflex line item center. It's going to make sure that our text and our buttons are vertically centered, and justify content center. It's going to make sure it's in the middle. We're going to add a little gap 3 to make sure that they're not touching. Give them a little bit of space between them. And now I can have a previous button, a span with our current page, and a next button. That'll be a good start. So the span is easy. We'll just say page, current page of total pages. And because these are parameters provided this component, I can just get at them with our @ symbol. They're required, so they're not going to be null. Let's style up our buttons. We're going to give them a class of btn primary. And this isn't fully going to work. We're going to add some CSS, but to get it very close to a circular button, we're going to use Bootstrap's rounded pill class. What that's going to do is that's going to make the left and right borders fully rounded, a semicircle, and then we'll add a little CSS to make it a full circle. And on here, what I want to do is I will say I'm gonna use my Bootstrap icons, BI arrow left. Chevron would work too, but I like the arrows. We'll do the same thing for our other button, but arrow right. Yep, left and right. Okay. Make sure we have the right directions. And then I want these. This is kind of the business logic that I wanted to put into a component. I want my arrow left, my previous button, to be disabled if I'm on page 1, and then my right button to be disabled if I'm on the last page, whatever that is. So I can do that. We have our disabled attribute in HTML. And this disabled attribute is going to be either true or false, the result of whether or not our current page is less than or equal to 1. Because if we are on page 1, we don't want to be able to go back any less than, just in case something really goes wrong. We don't want to keep going backwards. And we'll do the same thing here. Our disabled button for the next, or our button for the next page will be disabled if our current page is greater than or equal to our total pages. So if we got 50 pages and we're on page 50, we can't go to the next page. If we're on page 51, we still can't go to the next page because sometimes things can go wrong. I think that's it in terms of UI display, which is cool. I'm going to put this on my page just to see if this appears correctly, and then we'll type out the logic for what happens when you click the next or previous button. So let's go back to home, and let's see, what do we got? We got our row for all of our cards. Okay, so below that, we'll go ahead and put in a div with a little bit of a margin just to keep it away from the footer and the cards. And we'll put our paginator. We'll put our paginator. We'll add the parameters here. Let's add a condition here. We're going to say if movies is not null. Well, actually, I can short circuit that. If movies is not null and its total pages is greater than 1. I don't need to show a paginator if we only have 1 page. So if we are greater than 1, we'll put it in here. And the only way that would ever be true is if movies is not null. So this is our null conditional. If movies is null, it'll stop checking. It'll return null instead, and null is never greater than 1. So I can be confident in here that by the time I do show this paginator, my movies is definitely not null, which is great. So I can say total pages. Well, we'll start with current page. Current page is my movies response dot, I think it's just dot page. Yep. And we'll say total pages. Uh-oh. It's got a whole extra thing in here. Movies.total pages. And this would work fine most of the time. But like I said before, that TMDB only lets us paginate up to page 500. So I also know this response will be greater than 500. So I'm just going to show 500 if it is above that. So we'll say movies.total pages is greater than 500 question mark. Well, then it's 500, or it's movies.total pages. Which is pretty cool. This is our ternary statement. If our total pages is over 500, we're just going to say it's 500. Otherwise, if it's less than 500 or equal to, then we'll just pass those total pages directly in here. And I think that's good for our UI. Let's give that a test, see if that shows up for me. And then we can work on how to page to the next page in a moment. Okay, we're in. We got some movies. I'm still looking at page 2. Okay, here we go. Page 2 of 500. My text is not centered like I thought it would be. That's a problem. And these buttons are a little bit, it may be hard to tell. I'm not sure how well you guys can see on stream, but a little bit oblong. I want to make sure these are circles, so we can fix that with a quick line of CSS. See if we can get that centered up as well. So let's look at our paginator. Oh, so yeah, they're not vertically aligned because I spelled align item center wrong. We can fix that. And I'm going to add one class here with or not add one class, add one style. The cool thing here is that I can do an isolated style sheet. So I'm going to style up rounded pill, or I'm going to add a property to it. And even though it's being used elsewhere in our application, this isolated style sheet will only affect the class of rounded pill within this component, which is pretty cool, I think. It makes CSS a lot easier to write. So we'll add a paginator.razor.css, and we'll target our rounded pill class. And if I know rounded pill already rounds the left side and the right side nicely, I just need to make sure that it's equal height and width. I can just use the same thing we did before for the image. Our aspect ratio is going to be 1. That'll make sure that our buttons have the same height and width at all times, which will make them a circle since they're already rounded. So let's see if we can hot reload that. Nope. Sometimes it has a hard time with isolated CSS because it does get compiled, so it can be hard for it to adjust that on the fly, I guess, especially since I added that whole new style sheet after it was compiled. Okay, and yes, our buttons are now nice circles. That's beautiful. Our pages are lined up. And now instead of hard coding page 2, we'll have to see if we can modify this. So let's do it. Let's go to home.razor, our home page here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that we're going to get our pages from a query parameter, which I think is cool. It allows you to carry state in the URL, which means you could potentially, anyways, like share a URL to a particular page, and it'll always go there. I think it's a additional form of routing that can be really handy. So I will say supply parameter from query, and we will call this one a. There you go. Copilot figured it out. We'll call it page. So when this URL is reached with a query string on there, $page equals something, we'll get that as a parameter, and we gave it a default value of 1. So if you arrive at this home page without a page parameter, we'll just create one for ourselves, which I think will be good for us. So we can do this. Let's see. So on initialized, because I'm receiving this parameter here, the page number we request from a parameter, I'm actually going to change my lifecycle method here. So in addition to on initialized async, there's also a on parameters set async, which will fire not just when the component first loads. It does happen right after on initialized, but anytime the parameter gets changed, this method will run again. Meaning if I'm already on this page and page goes from 1 to 2, it will update this parameter. This method will run one more time. We'll get the latest pages. So instead of hard coding 2, we will say page, our property here, our parameter from our query string. And let's test if that works. Let's just make sure that that does what we expect it to do. All right, so maybe small for you at home, but I can see I've arrived at my home page with no query string. We're back to page 1, Mission Impossible. My paginator tells me, yeah, page 1 of 500. Awesome. My back button is disabled. I don't see it as clickable. My next button is clickable. Doesn't do anything yet. We're going to get to that in a moment. But let's see. If I add a parameter here, question mark page equals 1. Ouch. Probably should have done 2, huh? Page equals 2. Do we get a new page of results? Yes. I added that parameter to my URL and I get some new results here. That's awesome. All right. So that works. We received from our URL a parameter for our component, which is really powerful. We can have buttons that route to that URL. We can share that URL to other people if your app is deployed and they'll get the same page you were looking for. So now we can go ahead and, well, let's validate our parameters too. Since anyone could enter anything in the URL, we'll do the same thing we did before. We'll say if page is less than 1, page equals 1, else if page is greater than 500, page equals 500. Nice. Let's write a method here. We'll write a method in this page, a private method. It's going to be an async task because it's going to have to take do it asynchronously. We're going to call this same method. We'll call it get page. We'll take an integer page. And we'll do the same thing we did here. We'll say movies equals get popular movies async. Just to make it a little easier to understand, I'll say page num. Page num. That's our parameter. So this is just a method that I can call anywhere in my code. It can be on button clicks. It can be in responses to different events. I can even call it in my on parameter set async. So I could just say, for example, await get page with my page parameter. It'll call the same method, but now I have a method that'll do this whenever I want. Or in fact, you know what? We'll change that actually. I'm sorry, we're going to change that. We're going to go back to calling it on parameter set. And what we're going to do is we're going to trigger a parameter change here. And to do that, I need to inject a service here. Inject navigation manager. And our navigation manager here is built into Blazor. It lets us route to different pages. It gives us some extra tools. Lets us change the page programmatically instead of through an href. But what I'm really going to do is navigate to this same page with a different query parameter. So let's build it. Let's say our URL is going to be that navigation manager dot get URI with query parameter. This is a method that will format these query parameters for me correctly, which is awesome. And it takes two arguments, page, the name, and the value, which is going to be page num. And I could do this myself. I could use a template literal like we did before and say slash with a question mark page equals page num. I think this is a little bit safer. If I decide to change the route of this later on, this will use whatever current route I'm on, which is great. But now that I have my current URL with a new query parameter, it updates it if it's present, adds it if it's not. We can now navigate to it. So I'll say nav.navigate to that URL. And this doesn't need to be asynchronous because I'm not calling that method. Which is great. If you're already on this page and you navigate back to it with a new query parameter, it will not do a full page refresh. It will just update the parameters that our component takes. So because we accept a page parameter, we're changing it in this URL, navigating to it. The whole component doesn't need to reload, but the parameter does change. And then this method fires again, which gets the movies one more time for us. And now for the cool part. Because the button for changing pages lives in this paginator component, I have to tell this paginator component, hey, I have a method that I'd like you to run when one of those buttons is clicked. So what I can do is I can add a parameter to my paginator, one that we're going to, because it doesn't need to be required. It is an event callback. That's the type of parameter. And Copilot's pretty smart. We can give it what we call a type argument in those angle brackets to say, hey, I need a method which takes this type as a parameter. In this case, an integer. And we'll say page or on page change. That's what we'll call it. And this is pretty cool. This is truly just a parameter that takes in a method, but it's almost or very similar to adding your own custom events in JavaScript, for example. So it's some code that this component doesn't really care about or know about, just knows it needs to run when something happens. And then our home page will decide what to do when that event is fired. So we'll write a couple methods. We'll say we'll make a next page method. And this page is going to say pretty much exactly that. If my current page is less than my total pages, if it's equal to, we don't want to go to the next page. If my current page is less than total pages, increment by 1. And then this is how we call our event callbacks. We will say on page change, invoke async. That's the callback parameter is on page change. We want to invoke whatever parameter we were given and pass in current page as a parameter. And we'll do the same thing for previous page. Private async task previous page. We'll say if my current page is greater than 1, same thing. We will decrement our current page and then call that parameter we were given, whatever method we were asked. So just like that, this paginator component can take in an on-page change method and increment or decrement the page we're on, call that method so that whatever is using this component can update the state accordingly, which is great. So now I can go back to my home and I can say, in this paginator, I will say on page change, what I want you to call is my get page method. And you can see I've passed in this method as a parameter here. This method accepts an integer parameter, just like the paginator component asked for. And when we get that new page number we want to go to, we'll go to our current URL, but with that page as a query parameter, which I think is pretty cool. I think that'll do it. I hope. Let's see if hot reload works. And then we'll see if our code works. Okay. Hot reload says it works. Let's see. Okay, so I'm on page 2 since I was still running the app. No, I got to start out again. Oh. No, I didn't need to start it again. The reason it didn't work is because I didn't tell my component when to call those methods. Whoops. I wrote the code next page and previous page. I was so excited about that code. I said, wow, that's going to work. Copilot, you're my best friend. Thank you so much. I never call these methods though. So that's kind of a problem. And I think this is the first time we're doing it. on this stream. I can tell these buttons what to do when you click on them. I can say at on click. When this button is clicked, this one is going to be previous page. The on click in C# for this method is the previous page method. Same thing for this button. On click. When I click this button, run the next page method. Beautiful, beautiful. Now let's give it a shot. Now that we've made these buttons actually do something, let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. Okay, we're in. We're on page 1. Let's see, can I go to page 2? Nice. Scroll to the top. My query parameter has been added. New movies. We can keep
And that was
going.
blazingly fast, Jacob.
I had to wonder, did it load the new movies?
Yeah.
By the time you scrolled to the top, it had loaded them, which is awesome. All right. Got page 3 of 500. We'll go back. Yep. Loaded before we get to the top.
Yeah, and there's no page refresh, so it's like almost like magic.
Yep. That's the cool thing. It's almost deceptive that we navigated to a new URL, but Blazor was smart enough to say, wait, that's the same page you were on. This just has a new parameter. So it could update our UI with that.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So one thing I wanted to bring up, if you get back to the code, is the I think it's the current page public variable there, and how we're not passing that into the method at all. It just because it's being changed on when it's coming in. It's also being updated inside those next and previous as well. So like the updates, we don't have to like a lot of times you'd have to pass a value into this method and try to figure out which one it is and do any of that. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, because that value, that is cool. That value comes from our parameter, our query parameter, and it just naturally gets updated. Blazor says, oh, this is where it comes from. Sweet, I can fix that.
Yeah, so it's being passed into the component and then turn around, adding to it and being passed back out. And then get page, if we go look at the get page on this component here or this page here, it's getting its page num from somewhere.
Yeah, it's getting its page num from our callback here. So next page says, hey, go ahead and call that method and provide this parameter after I've incremented it.
Right. Okay.
And it could be shorter. I could just say current page +1 or -1. That is another option as well. And it would work just the same.
Yeah, that's okay. No, it's cool. I mean, like, it's really slick.
Yeah.
So
it's cool. Page,
I think putting on 2 lines makes you understand kind of what's going on. You could put it all in 1 line, but it gets kind of cryptic after that.
Yeah. I mean, and the JavaScript developers out there would love to hear it. You can use Lambda expressions or Lambda methods in these on clicks. So I didn't even need to make a previous page. I could have done it as an arrow method, but I would have. I wouldn't do that. But
I think it reads better this way. I do feel like it reads better this way than the other way. The other thing I wanted to know is like the disabled thing. I think that's kind of slick too, where we're looking at current page and we're running some logic to set a value of an attribute of an HTML element, which I thought was pretty slick.
I think it's awesome. But it takes a minute to wrap your head around, which is why the biggest reason why I said, actually, this should be its own component. Yeah, it talks to the home page, but like, I don't want to have to worry about all of this logic within the home page. I just want to put it in a component and say, whatever, take care of it. Not my problem.
The other reason you don't put it in the home page is now we can lift this component. Anytime we want to page anything, we just use it. And that's the other reason you can put it into the component, because now the component can just literally be copied and put on some other page. And as long as you pass it a number, it doesn't really care. It brings back a number, calls the function, and that function does whatever it needs to do. It's kind of cool.
I'll give you guys a spoiler alert. If you guys watched the stream earlier in the day, before our live coding session, they showed the Galactic Relics API and the challenge involved. And when I built the client app for that challenge, because we can't issue a challenge if I can't finish it, of course, to paginate on that, I literally copied this component exactly. I grabbed exactly what I just coded up here, pasted it in that project, worked just fine.
Just worked.
It was awesome.
Okay. Well, I think our work is done. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
We could do another feature, but like it's 7:30ish, so our time. So we've been here all day. So like I feel like that's a pretty good starter app. We'll try to package this code up and push it on GitHub for you. Make it a public URL.
Yeah.
And
I think we can do that.
But other than that, still got people watching, which is kind of crazy. So like, late into the night. Appreciate you guys watching us code. I do think that you should watch some of the stuff tomorrow from Microsoft. This is a very detailed project that we put out, probably the most detailed project that samples will be shown all week on Blazor. So if you want to come back and, give us props, like, subscribe, smash the like button, buy Jacob coffee.
Right. So. I'd be willing to say if you watch those sessions in .NET Conf tomorrow or the rest of the week, you might even come across some examples and say, oh, I saw Bobby and Jacob do that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
There is a lot that was covered here.
Yeah. So like what I want to do, one of the early comments we got in this live session, the guy says, hey, you're not showing render modes. And what I want you to understand is that this will work in server or WebAssembly. The reason we're doing this is because it's easy to post on a website using Netlify. And that's why we use the client-side project. The renders to me are the sizzle on this steak, man. Like components, how you build it, those callbacks we just showed, that is really where the true value, the true expertise that Microsoft brought to this framework is really, really powerful. So this is why people are going to adopt it. They see these components and building pages and like, wow, it's kind of cool. So like, like conditional parameters on attributes and HTML elements, all that stuff, it just works and it's really slick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we can call it a day. Let's go eat dinner. And we'll see you guys on the next show next time. Good luck, guys, and keep coding.